Chapter 1191. After a careful inspection, these hundreds of bottles of pills were indeed the pills he needed. There was no problem with their quality, and they were even 2 points higher than other pills of the same type. Oh my god! Alchemist Zhao's alchemy skills are actually so amazing. He's too monstrous. Even Alchemist Qin can't compare to him. At this time, Steward Qin said to Qin Pingan, "Young master, that's right. That's why I came to find you again. Alchemist Zhao's alchemy skills are at the peak of perfection. If you can invite him back to the clan, you'll be a blessing to the people. You won't have to worry about not being able to succeed." Qin Pingan immediately came to a realization. He was excited. However, thinking about Xiao Yang's actions, Xiao Yang didn't have any intention of joining the Qin clan. It would be difficult to persuade Xiao Yang. However, he still wanted to try. "Let's go and meet Alchemist Xiao." Qin Pingan led the group towards the alchemy room. He felt that he should work harder. When they arrived at the door of the alchemy room, the door was closed. It seemed that Alchemist Xiao was refining pills inside. Xiao Linger explained, "Alchemist Xiao is still refining pills. We don't know what pill he's refining. No matter, let's wait a little longer." Qin Pingan waited patiently. Even if he had something important to deal with, he couldn't care less about it now. He felt that Xiao Yang's value was more precious than anything else. It was even more valuable than his expedition this time. After waiting for a long time, the door of the alchemy room slowly opened. An exhausted alchemist Xiao walked out. Seeing the haggard and weak Xiao Yang, Qin Pingan couldn't help but hurriedly walk forward. He frowned and supported Xiao Yang, saying, "Alchemist Xiao, why are you so tired? You don't have to exhaust yourself like this." Xiao Yang raised his head and glanced at Qin Pingan, saying, "Young Master Qin is here. Sorry for making you wait. I was refining pills just now." Then he pretended to reprimand Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyin, saying, "You two are really too much. Young Master Qin came to find me, and you didn't even report." Qin Pingan exonerated them and said, "I was the one who told them not to disturb you. Alchemist Xiao, you should rest well. Oh right, you've already handed in the pills and finished refining them. Why are you still refining pills?" After thinking for a while, he said, "All right, this is your private matter, so I won't interfere." Qin Ping and was silent. He walked with Xiao Yang for a while. When they reached the pavilion, they sat down. Steward Qin tactfully poured tea for them. After a long while, Qin Pingan said, "Alchemist Xiao, you've completed your alchemy task. I'm afraid you'll have to go out. It's really not safe outside." He had advised Xiao Yang before, but Xiao Yang never listened. He originally wanted to use the matter of refining pills to make things difficult for Xiao Yang so that Xiao Yang could drag things out for a few days. But the other party had managed to refine it in a matter of minutes. This left Qin Pingan completely helpless. Qin Pingan sighed and said worriedly, "Alchemist Xiao, your alchemy skills are one of the best in the Tsangmin realm. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to represent the Qin clan and invite you to be a guest. This way, your safety will be protected by the Qin clan. What do you think?" Xiao Yang refused and said, "Let's talk about this later. Just don't forget the promise from before." He glanced at the setting sun in the distance. The sun was about to set. According to the time, Qin Pingan and the others should be leaving soon. Xiao Yang said, "This is a new pill that I've refined. It's called the illusion pill, and its effects are pretty good. In addition, there's also the Thunderfire pill. I'll give them all to you. Use them carefully. Okay, you should leave too. Go, don't make me wait too long." His goal was to get on Qin Pingan's good side and then enter planet Suzaku openly. Calculating the time, he had wasted a lot of time here. Xiao Yang wanted to leave as soon as possible so that Xiao Man wouldn't wait too long. Qin Pingan sighed and said, "Okay, take care of yourself. Wait for me to come back." He accepted the Thunder Fire pill and Illusion pill that Xiao Yang gave him, and then left with housekeeper Qin. When they arrived at the training ground, they saw that the warriors had already gathered. Go Zi was among them. However, Go Zi wasn't a warrior who fought. He was the head of intelligence. That was because he was very good at gathering intelligence. Ever since he joined Chun Pingan's Dark Shadow, he was even better at gathering and analyzing information. There were almost no mistakes or omissions. Thus, he quickly gained Chun Pingan's recognition and was heavily groomed by Chun Pingan. Now he was the second most important person in the Dark Shadow. His outstanding performance and analytical ability easily captured the hearts of many elite Dark Shadow members, and he gained the respect and support of those people. It could be said that in this batch of people who were recruited, other than Xiaoyang, only Go Zi was doing well. Go! Zi had gathered a lot of information about Xiaoyang's recent performance, and he was secretly shocked and impressed. It was just that he hadn't had the chance to meet Xiaoyang yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be wrong to become familiar with Xiaoyang. Everyone, it's time to make a name for yourself. Follow me into battle. Those who perform can follow me back to planet Suzuku. Those who don't want to follow me can stay here. I'll give you a satisfactory share of your assets and properties. Chun Pingan's motivational speech inspired them deeply. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they left with high fighting spirit. The courtyard was suddenly emptied. Only Xiaoyang, Xiaolinger, Lin Shiyun, and a few maids and servants were left. So many people had left all of a sudden, and it felt empty. Xiaoyang, Chun Pingan left with his team. Do you think Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing will take this opportunity to find us? Xiaolinger asked. He wasn't worried about the three of them. With Xiaolinger's cultivation level, she could easily beat them, not to mention that she had a spirit beast. Lin Shiyun wasn't worried at all. She just felt bored. Xiaoyang said they had an agreement and discussion with Chun Pingan before. I think they won't dare to follow us into the courtyard and cause trouble. Let's go, we'll go meet them. Okay. Xiaolinger was extremely excited. She was someone who loved to see the world burn. Lin Shiyun couldn't do anything about the two juniors, so she could only follow them. After the three of them walked out of the courtyard, they were immediately watched by Dongfang Zhong's subordinates. These hidden sentries had been here for a long time. They were probably exhausted. When they saw Xiaoyang come out, their eyes lit up. They hadn't wasted their time watching him. Then they hurriedly sent out communication jade slips to inform their superiors. Aside from Dongfang Zhong's men, Nan Gongyu and Li Jujing had also sent their subordinates. These subordinates weren't very professional. At the very least, Xiaoyang could see through them at a glance. However, he didn't argue with them. He wanted to use them to lure their target out. Chapter 1192. News of Xiaoyang leaving Chun Pingan's courtyard quickly reached the ears of the three bigwigs. The three bigwigs of the three local powers moved out in unison. Their eyes were filled with delight and hatred, and they walked with the gait of dragons and tigers. Their momentum was unparalleled. Wherever they went, as long as it was the people under their command, they would gather one after another. There was no need to summon them anymore. 3 different groups of people converged from 3 different directions on the 3 streets. Altogether, there were over 1,000 people. These people were all from the Dongfang clan, Nangong clan, and Whale Gang. Their appearance caused quite a commotion and attracted a lot of attention. Some busybodies even followed them, ready to watch the show. Li Jujing, Dongfang Chong, and Nan Gongyu reported back to their scouts. They were keeping track of Xiaoyang's group of 3's movements. They were right in the middle of the intersection. The 3 of them arrived at the same time and surrounded Xiaoyang's group with tacit understanding. This was inconceivably fast, and it was all over in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyang, you didn't expect us to meet so soon, did you? Dongfang Zhong sneered and walked up to Xiaoyang in a domineering manner, mocking and ridiculing him. Nan Gongyu and Li Jujing were no exception. Since they were so generous, they naturally had to put on a good show. They had to let these people know that their dignity was inviolable. Xiaoyang, if you had cowered in that courtyard like a coward, we might not have touched you. That would be giving Prince Chin face. But since you dared to walk out on your own, how could we let you off the hook?" Li Jujing was immensely proud of himself. He looked as if he had Xiaoyang in his grasp. He was brimming with confidence. "Nangong," you said. "You didn't expect this day to come when you killed Nangong Tsang and Dongfang Bai, did you? Today, I'll make you regret it. I'll make you accompany Dongfang Bai and Nangong Tsang in death." Humph! The three bigwigs were the type to fight at the slightest provocation. After saying those harsh words, he believed that he had the absolute advantage and would become the victorious player. Only then did he begin to trample on Xiaoyang's dignity. Nangong Xiong said, "Xiaoyang, it's not that we can't give you a chance to redeem yourself. Now, as long as you kneel down and sincerely apologize, acknowledge us as your masters, hand over your soul blood, and submit to our control, we can still let you go. In addition, your 2 pill slaves must be offered up. Furthermore, we will profane them in front of you." Haha, Nangongyu, Dongfang Zhong, and Li Jujing laughed heartily. They seemed to have already seen the humiliating scene of Xiaoyang lowering his head and compromising. Xiaoyang calmly watched their performance. After they finished, he calmly said, "Are you all done? If you're done speaking, then do it. Don't continue to be long-winded. I've heard so much that calluses are growing on my ears." "What? Xiaoyang, how dare you speak to us with such an attitude? Bastard, you're courting death." Li Jujing, Dongfang Zhong, and Nangong, you hadn't expected Xiaoyang to be so calm and composed. Originally, they thought that they had the advantage in numbers and had already intimidated Xiaoyang. Who would have thought that they would be treated like clowns in front of Xiaoyang? This was truly intolerable. The onlookers also began to discuss. "Who's this kid? He's got quite the backbone. That kid's probably done for. He's offended 3 major factions in one go. Even if it's just one of them, he can't afford to provoke them. I'm afraid he'll die an ugly death this time. Is that what you're paying attention to? Don't you see the 3 big shots' faces turning green with anger? If that kid was just an ordinary person, how could the 3 big shots mobilize so many people to act in person? A single order from them, and countless people will do their bidding. The way I see it, there's something to see here." Li Jujing, Dongfang Zhong, and Nangong you couldn't raise their heads as they heard the crowd's discussion. The 3 big shots had joined forces, but someone still dared to underestimate them. Who gave him the courage? Xiao Linger was already impatient. "If you want to fight, then hurry up. What's with the chatter? You're so long-winded. After this fight, I still have to eat." She hated these 3 guys the most. She said indifferently, "Hey, 3 old men. Since you're not going to do anything, then I'm going to. Don't be angry." Xiao Linger's figure flashed as soon as she finished speaking. Clap, clap, clap. 3 claps rang out. Looking at Li Jujing, Dongfang Zhong, and Nangongyu, there was a clear handprint on their cheeks. Half of their cheeks were swollen, which was clearly visible to the onlookers. Wow! The 3 big shots were slapped in the face. Have the 3 big shots become so cowardly? Do they only know how to argue? Those 3 guys are still the best. They attacked at the slightest disagreement. That's better than 1,000 words. I have high hopes for them. These guys who wished for the world to be in chaos did their best to add fuel to the fire. Go, get rid of them. Dongfang Zhong, Nangongyu, and Li Jujing could not bear such humiliation. After roaring, they immediately channeled their origin energy and attacked Xiao Yang's group. Just as they were about to attack, a loud and resonant voice rang out. "Stop!" They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of people swarming over. There were so many of them that they did not pale in comparison. Their leader was even more imposing. His fighting spirit was strong, and his aura was monstrous. Wait, let's see who the enemy is first. Li Jujing, Dongfang Zhong, and Nangongyu hurriedly stopped their subordinates. If Xiaoyang was just one person, without any background or power, then it wouldn't matter if he was killed. Even Chen Pinggan wouldn't say anything. Moreover, This was their agreement. However, it was obvious that Xiao Yang's group was not simple. Immediately, a large group of people came to support them. They had to choose carefully. They did not want to fall here. Who are you people? How dare you interfere in our affairs? Are you tired of living? Dongfang Zhong roared furiously, his hair standing on end. In this small piece of land, their Dongfang clan was very famous, and very few people dared to go against them. Moreover, they were working together with the Whale Gang and Dongfang clan. This group of people was definitely provoking them. They did not give them any face. Thus, there was nothing more to say. They would fight if they had to. The Iron Tooth Gang's leader stepped forward. This one is the leader of the Iron Tooth Gang, Chindayu. I'd like to see who dares harm our benefactor. As soon as he finished speaking, Chindayu, Ludayu, and the others led their men to stand in front of Xiao Yang's group. Chindayu, the Iron Tooth Gang, Li Jujing, Dongfang Zhong, and Nangong Yu looked at each other in confusion. Chapter 1193. They had never heard of this gang, much less Chindayu. Since when did such a person appear in Central City? From the looks of it, he wasn't any weaker than them. Following Chindayu's appearance, the Iron God Fist received the news and quickly rushed over. Fortunately, he wasn't too late, only a little later than Chindayu. Before he arrived, his voice was heard. "Get out of my way. I want to see who dares to hurt my brother." The Iron God Fist rushed over to Chindayu. Ever since he lost to Xiaoyang, and ever since Chindayu took control of his soul blood, he had been very careful. He didn't want to make Chindayu unhappy. As a matter of fact, as soon as he heard that Chindayu was stirring up trouble, he couldn't wait to rush over without stopping. This was all to flatter and curry favor with Chindayu to gain his favor. After arriving at this place, he saw Xiaoyang, Xiaoling, and Lin Shiyun. He was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that these three masters would also be here. Then he became very, very excited because this time he came to the right place. If he didn't rush over in time and Xiaoyang found out about this, he would definitely suffer a lot. It was necessary to make things difficult for him. He had taken the initiative to come over and coincidentally met Xiaoyang. He could show his loyalty in front of Xiaoyang. This was friendship. This kind of friendship wasn't easy to obtain. Many people didn't have the chance. For the Iron God Fist to be able to obtain this, he almost wanted to thank the heavens and shed tears of gratitude. Junior Iron God Fist greets Senior. "Senior, don't worry. Just leave this small matter to me. There's no need for you to do anything." The Iron God Fist hurriedly smiled and patted his chest, making a promise to Xiaoyang. He looked like he was going to succeed. Although he was much older than Xiaoyang, he did not feel embarrassed at all when he called himself a junior. Instead, he felt fortunate and honored. No matter which realm one was in, strength was respected. Those with high cultivation should be respectfully addressed as seniors. To be able to call himself a junior in front of Xiaoyang and get familiar with him was a supreme honor. Xiaoyang nodded, giving him some courage. "Iron God Fist, it's all up to you. If you can't handle it, leave it to me. It's about time the Nangong clan, Dongfang clan, and Whale Gang had a new master. Otherwise, they'd be so arrogant." These words were equivalent to giving them the death penalty. Iron God Fist immediately captured Xiaoyang's resolute determination. His eyes could not help but light up as he thought to himself, "You idiots, it's time for you to play. Who knows, maybe I'll rise to fame because of this." Even though he was in charge of Divine Fist Gate, they were only hiding in a corner of Central City. They didn't dare to extend their tentacles too far and didn't even dare to cause too much of a commotion. They were afraid that other big shots would come looking for trouble. Now, they were facing 3 big shots at once. With King Wu's second-order senior Xiaoyang as their backing, these 3 big shots could be considered his underlings. Even if Chindayu was the leader and didn't steal his food, when Chindayu finished eating, there would be some leftovers for them to drink. The leftovers from the 3 big powers were enough to fill their stomachs. It seemed that the divine fist gate would regain its unparalleled glory from 100 years ago in his hands. Iron God Fist immediately became excited. He walked to the front of the group and shouted at Dongfangzhong, Nangongyu, and Li Jujing. "You three old things, you want to bully my benefactor? Did you ask for my permission?" Even though he couldn't compare to the three big shots in terms of strength and power, now that he had Xiaoyang as his backing, what was there to be afraid of? Xiaoyang was a true second-order martial king. He was a giant that could sweep across any planet on the dark underworld star. He was a supreme existence. If he had not disdained to make a move, Dongfangzhong, Nangongyu, and Li Jujing would not have had the chance to act so arrogantly. The Iron God Fist naturally had to grasp this great opportunity that was given to him. Even if Qindayu was his superior, he didn't want to give in. Dongfangzhong, Nangongyu, and Li Jujing were infuriated by the Iron God Fist's audacity and arrogance. They had met before. Iron God Fist, as a subordinate of a small faction, visited them to congratulate them and even gave them a birthday gift. This could be considered a chance meeting. He was once a small fry, but now he dared to make a fuss in front of them. How could they not be angry? Iron God Fist, I remember you. You're from the Divine Fist Gate, hiding in a corner of the city. How dare you be so impudent in front of us? Dongfangzhong said fiercely with a ferocious expression. Nangongyu and Li Jujing also glared at him. They only wanted to cause trouble for Xiaoyang. They didn't expect some random dog or cat to jump out to help Xiaoyang. It really annoyed them. Iron God Fist shouted, "My Divine Fist Gate has already merged with the Iron Tooth Gate. Qindayu is the boss. Why wouldn't I dare to speak loudly in front of you? I gave you face before. If I didn't, you wouldn't even be trash." Good, very good. Dongfangzhong was so angry that his whole body trembled. Even his beard was trembling. It was obvious how angry he was. So this is how Qindayu and the others came. Your Divine Fist Gate merged with them. Very good, very good. If that's the case, then you don't need to exist anymore. Dongfangzhong made a ruthless decision. Then he ordered, "Listen up. Kill them all. Don't let me see a single one of them." The Dongfang clan members roared and rushed forward, each using their martial arts and magic treasures. Nangongyu, Li Jujing, and the others didn't hesitate. Under their orders, many of the clan members and gang members rushed forward. They also knew that if one of them died, all of them would die, so they could only cooperate with Dongfangzhong. Qindayu, Iron God Fist, Ludayu, and the others also became ferocious and rushed forward crazily. A battle between thousands of people began. Iron God Fist, Qindayu, and Ludayu fought to the death against Dongfangzhong, Nangongyu, and Li Jujing. The situation didn't look good. In addition, the overall strength of their gang members couldn't compete with the members of the three forces. It was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. Xiao Linger said to Xiaoyang, "I'm going to join in the fun." As soon as she said that, she immediately used her movement technique and attacked Dongfangzhong. She shouted, "Old Dongfang, your opponent is me. Watch how powerful my pet is." Xiao Linger raised her slender hand. Her pet turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Dongfangzhong. What is this? Dongfangzhong was shocked and terrified. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with fear. He hurriedly used his movement technique and retreated, not daring to fight head-on. Chapter 1194. Old Thief Dongfang, are you really that useless? You cower as soon as I arrive, and even treat a little girl like me like a coward. How embarrassing. Xiao Linger smiled proudly and summoned her quasi-heaven-grade mystic amber shield. The mystic amber shield glowed with an earthen yellow light that enveloped Xiao Linger's entire body. It was practically invincible. At the very least, none of the Dongfang clan members could break through Xiao Linger's defenses. Xiao Linger let them attack for a while, then snorted coldly. You shrimps want to stop me? You're practically courting death. She instantly erupted with a tyrannical origin energy, as if a powerful shockwave had swept out in all directions. It directly sent them flying, all of them howling in pain. "Old thief Dongfang, let's see where you can hide." Xiao Linger sneered. Her divine sense locked onto Dongfang Zhong, and then she slowly approached him. Any Dongfang clan member who approached her was sent flying by Xiao Linger. Dongfang Zhong was terrified. He hadn't expected that Xiao Linger, who was originally unworthy of his attention, would actually be so powerful. He really had misjudged her. He hurriedly shouted at Nangongyu and Li Jujing, "Mr. Nangong, Mr. Li, this little girl isn't easy to deal with. She also has a divine pet. I'm sure she's Xiao Yang's bodyguard or something. I'll draw her away. Hurry up and leave the battle and capture Xiaoyang." It's obvious that these people are all fighting for Xiaoyang. As long as we capture Xiaoyang, they can only wait to be captured. Nangongyu and Li Jujing exchanged a glance, then hurriedly left the battlefield. They didn't want to fight with the Iron God Fist, Qindayu and Ludayu. The Iron God Fist, Qindayu and Ludayu originally didn't want to let them go, but their movement techniques were exceptional, and they had many helpers. All of them were elites, so they were stopped. "Nangongyu, Li Jujing, don't leave if you have the guts. Let's fight for another 300 rounds." The Iron God Fist roared valiantly as he swatted away the whale gang members who were attacking him from all directions. Qindayu and Ludayu were also quickly clearing out their troops. In this battle, they were also considered to be the high-end combat power. Under their purging troops, the advantage of the three major forces was instantly crushed. They could only maintain a situation where they were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. After Nangongyu and Li Jujing left the battlefield, they ordered their subordinates to intercept Qindayu, the Iron God Fist, and the others. Then, they rushed toward Xiaoyang and Lin Shiyun. So far, Xiaoyang and Lin Shiyun hadn't made a move yet. They were just watching from the side. In Nangongyu and Li Jujing's opinion, it was as Dongfang Zhong had said. Xiaoyang was the real master, and a powerless one at that. At most, he was at the second or third level of Wu Zun, so taking him down would be a piece of cake. Nangongyu and Li Jujing were relieved. "Xiaoyang, you're dead for sure. So what if you have reinforcements? You'll still fall into our hands in the end." Nangongyu snorted coldly, then proudly shouted at Xiaoyang. Li Jujing's face was cold as he said, "Why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry up and attack. Dongfang Zhong can't hold on much longer." He immediately launched an attack. Nangongyu followed closely behind, launching a fierce attack. He had also noticed Dongfang Zhong's situation. Dongfang Zhong wasn't Xiao Linger's match at all. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was bleeding profusely. More than half of his cultivation had been crippled, and he was barely holding on. From the looks of it, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Li Jujing and Nangongyu both believed that this farce would only end if they took down Xiaoyang as soon as possible. As one of the three major forces, they were being bullied so miserably by their subordinate forces. Both sides were evenly matched. To them, this was a humiliation that they couldn't accept. As a powerhouse, if they couldn't crush the weak, then what kind of powerhouse were they? This was the general idea. Their major forces were like powerhouses. They had their own dignity and prestige and couldn't be blasphemed. If they couldn't maintain this glorious status, then wouldn't any force be able to step on them? This was something they didn't want to see. In the blink of an eye, the two of them rushed in front of Xiaoyang. One of them used a terrifying martial skill called Mysterious Gold Slash. It was a high-grade, mysterious grade martial skill with boundless power. When used, it could condense a golden light that was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through all things. No one dared to block its edge. The other controlled a magical weapon, a long spear. It was a high-grade earth-grade magical weapon with immense power. When the spear pierced through the air, it seemed as if the void was distorted. The two of them had even unleashed their source energy to the maximum. Under such a terrifying attack, even a 9th-level martial honorable would have to be wary as their faces changed greatly. "Xiaoyang, you're dead for sure, haha!" Li Jujing and Nan Gongyu were incomparably excited, as if they had seen Xiaoyang's doomsday. After all, this was the joint attack of two powerhouses. Even if it was just one powerhouse, they could still fight above their level, let alone two powerhouses working together. In their opinion, Xiaoyang was at most a 4th or 5th stage powerhouse like Wu Zun. At most, he wouldn't exceed Wu Zun's 7th stage. Therefore, they were 100% confident that they could take down Xiaoyang. As long as they took down Xiaoyang, everything would be over. Xiaoyang stood indifferently in place, with a faint smile on his face. He was unmoved, as if no matter how much the earth shook, he would still be calm and composed. Xiaoyang really didn't put these two rookies in his eyes. If necessary, he only needed to release a strand of his martial king level consciousness to kill them. However, he didn't do so. He wanted to see how these guys would jump up and down. They were as pleasing to the eye as fleas. "Just the two of you aren't qualified." Xiaoyang looked at the two people rushing over and shook his head. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. "You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Take this." Li Jujing and Nan Gongyu saw Xiaoyang's calm and composed demeanor, and their eyes were full of pride. They couldn't help but increase the power of their attacks. Just as they were half a meter away from Xiaoyang, a beautiful figure suddenly moved and blocked before Xiaoyang. This woman was Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun was a powerhouse from the same era as Old Master Xiao, and she was the former palace master of the Blue Flow Palace. Although the Blue Flow Palace was destroyed and she was captured by the people of planet Suzuku, her cultivation was sealed, and some of her meridians were destroyed, causing her cultivation to drop greatly. With Xiaoyang's help, she had already recovered. Even her cultivation had reached the level of King Wu. Chapter 1195. Dealing with two mere shrimps was a piece of cake for him. "You two idiots want to bully my junior? You're courting death." Lin Shiyun shouted angrily at them. Although Xiaoyang was powerful, she still treated Xiaoyang as a junior. There was nothing wrong with that. Nan Gongyu and Li Jujing exchanged glances, confusion and fear in their eyes. Was this beautiful woman one of Xiaoyang's guards? Judging from her posture, she seemed to have a powerful background. Nan Gongyu and Li Jujing hesitated. After a moment, they braced themselves and said, "Crazy bitch, you dare stop us? You're courting death." They stiffened their necks and charged forward. Using his trump card, he unleashed his strongest killing move and instantly clashed with Lin Shiyun. However, Lin Shiyun had no intention of continuing the fight. She wanted to end it quickly. In less than half a breath's time, they were sent flying by this King Wu level expert. They were still in the air, but they couldn't help but spit out mouthfuls of blood. "Strong, so strong!" Li Jujing and Nan Gongyu screamed in despair as they flew through the air. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their expressions were gloomy. How could they fight a King Wu level expert? She could crush half of planet Azure underworld. They were starting to regret it now. Why did they have to provoke someone like Xiaoyang? Wasn't it better to live a good life? Bang! Their bodies fell to the ground with a dull thud. The ground trembled, and a cloud of dust rose from the ground. Clan leader, gang leader. The surrounding members of the Nangong family and Whale Gang immediately rushed forward to help the two family heads up. Then they shouted at the top of their lungs. The people on the outside got into formation to prevent Lin Shiyun from attacking further. Although their ranks were still orderly, the fear in their hearts was written all over their faces. "Dongfang Zhong, that old bastard, he's done us in." Nan Gongyu and Li Jujing struggled to their feet. They were in a sorry state, their hair disheveled, and blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. If Dongfang Zhong hadn't acted rashly, they wouldn't have fallen into his trap. Now, they hadn't even touched the corner of Xiaoyang's clothes, and they had already suffered heavy losses. What the F***CK? Old dog Dongfang, you must give us an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, we won't let you off. Nan Gongyu and Li Jujing shouted angrily. The surrounding disciples and gang members had already blocked their vision, so they could not see Dongfang Zhong's situation at all. Hence, they closed their eyes and released their divine senses. Their divine senses instantly swept out like a flood, spreading to a radius of 1,000 feet. Then they saw the old ghost, Dongfang Zhong. Dongfang Zhong was not having it easy. His situation was even worse than Nan Gongyu and Li Jujing's. He was basically being beaten by Xiaolinger. His cultivation had long been crippled, and he was lying on the ground on his last breath. Xiaolinger was stepping on his chest as he listened to Xiaolinger's lecture. Old ghost, you still want to bully my man? Have you asked me? Xiaolinger shouted loudly, feeling indignant for Xiaoyang. Dongfang Zhong was almost scared to tears. He had only himself to blame for his current situation. He had not expected Xiaoyang's 2 pill slaves to have such high cultivation. They had both been defeated. Lin Shiyun was the first to bear the brunt of this. She faced the crowd alone and coldly snorted. You 3 old farts stand out. Otherwise, your disciples and subordinates can forget about living. Dongfang Zhong, Li Jujing, and Nan Gongyu walked out of the formation, trembling with fear. The current situation was very clear. They had been defeated. If they had not listened and surrendered, they would have all died here. Now, they could only be at the mercy of others. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but feel sorrowful in their hearts, and their hearts were filled with sorrow. Seeing Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing standing before him with their heads bowed and heads bent, the Iron God Fist's heart was once again shaken. Back in the day, these 3 were so awe-inspiring, high-spirited, ambitious. But now, they were in such dire straits, miserable and miserable. He, the Iron God Fist, had bowed and scraped to them in the past, but now he had become their master, an existence that controlled their fates. The Iron God Fist was so moved that he almost burst into tears. He even sobbed a few times. If it were not for the appearance of Xiaoyang and the others, he might still be silently hiding in a corner, being suppressed and ordered around by the 3 great forces. All of this was because he had chosen the right team and grasped the opportunity. This success was brought to him by Xiaoyang and the others. Thinking of this, he was so grateful to Xiaoyang and the others that he shed tears of gratitude. Chun Deyu, Lu Deyu, and the others had long been trained to enjoy shock. They calmly accepted the miraculous victory in front of them. Having followed Xiaoyang for a long time, they were already numb to shock. If Xiaoyang did not create a miracle, then it would be shocking. Xiaoyang slowly walked forward with a faint smile on his face. He looked at them mockingly and said, Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, Li Jujing, the 3 of you have always wanted to kill me. Why bother? We have no enmity between us. Dongfang Zhong and the others felt bitter. A loss was a loss. There was no point in explaining it. After so many years on the chaotic Dark Star, they understood that the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. Dongfang Zhong tried to salvage the situation and said, Alchemist Xiao, this is all our fault. We wanted to obtain Alchemist Xiao so that Alchemist Xiao could work for us. Because of this ambition, we made such a bad decision. We hope Alchemist Xiao can forgive us. In addition, we have collected many good treasures recently. Please take them back and appraise them, Alchemist Xiao. He took out a storage ring and respectfully handed it to Xiaoyang, looking like a loser. He was even worried that Xiaoyang would not accept it, so his expression was uneasy. Nan Gongyu and Li Jujing were old foxes who had lived for more than half their lives. They hurriedly offered up the wealth and artifacts they had accumulated for half their lives. They were respectful and did not dare to blaspheme. Xiaoyang did not hesitate to take the storage rings they offered. Then he checked them with his divine sense. There were indeed some good things. Thus he accepted the gift with a smile. I understand your good intentions. However, what do you think about the matter of Nangong Tsang and Dongfang Bai? Xiao Yang asked with a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that he was trying to test their attitude. Dongfang Zhong did not hesitate to sell out the dead Dongfang Bai and hurriedly said, Alchemist Xiao, Dongfang Bai only has himself to blame. He wanted to kill Alchemist Xiao. If Alchemist Xiao had not killed him, I would have killed him. Chapter 1196. Li Jujing and Nangong Yu also expressed their stance. That unfilial son almost killed the entire clan. Even if he's already killed, this matter isn't over. Later, I'll go to his grave and curse loudly to vent Alchemist Xiao's anger. Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh when he heard their statements. How could I do that? Dongfang Zhong, Nangong Yu, and Li Jujing quickly cooperated, flattering Xiao Yang and criticizing Dongfang Bai and Nangong Tsang, insisting on seeking justice for Xiao Yang. In reality, they were bitter in their hearts. They were already heartbroken at the loss of their clan's most outstanding disciples. Now, they had to go against their conscience to reprimand 2 disciples they fancied. Moreover, these 2 disciples were already dead. How vicious was Xiao Yang to not even let the dead off. They felt wronged and unwilling for Dongfang Bai and Nangong Tsang. But there was no other way. In order to survive, the 3 old men could only curry favor with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang wasn't such an inhumane person. After thinking for a moment, he said coldly, Enough, why bother with the dead? Since they're dead, let's end it all. Let's sever the past. You 3 old men. In order to survive, you won't even let the dead Dongfang Bai and Nangong Tsang go. You even took their corpses out to whip. You're vicious and vicious. Doesn't your heart hurt? Although Dongfang Bai and Nangong Tsang were arrogant, domineering, and unreasonable, they were still working for their clan and faction. Now that they had no value, they gave up just like that. It was truly chilling. Even Xiao Yang, who was their enemy, felt that it wasn't worth it for them. These words moved Dongfang Zhong, Nangong Yu, and Li Jujing to tears of gratitude. They knelt on the ground and howled. Senior is magnanimous and broad-minded. This old man thanks you on their behalf. If they had a choice, why would they continue to whip the corpses? They were all worried that Xiao Yang wouldn't let them go. Dongfang Zhong said, Senior, you're so benevolent, kind, and magnanimous. Our wishes have been fulfilled. I hope you can let my family's disciples go. As for my old life, you can do whatever you want with it. I've lived for so long and I've lived enough. Li Jujing and Nangong Yu also howled, as if they were begging for death. This caused the clan disciples and gang members behind them to shed tears of gratitude. Xiao Yang didn't like their attitude. He coldly snorted and said sarcastically, All right, since you all want to die like this, then I'll fulfill your wish. Then you can commit suicide. As long as you commit suicide, your family's disciples and gang members will be safe. At least I won't hurt them. Now it's up to you whether you commit suicide or not. Dongfang Zhong, Li Jujing, and Nangong Yu immediately felt awkward. Who would want to die if they could live? Just now, they were just putting on an act. They didn't really want to die. How could Alchemist Xiao take it so seriously? They were quite speechless and also very depressed. Now, they didn't know how to deal with this situation. If they really committed suicide, their hearts would ache. If they didn't, then wouldn't their previous attitude be wasted? Moreover, it would leave a bad impression on the juniors. Xiao Linger, Lin Shiyun, Chundayu, Lu Dayu, and the others were all watching the show, laughing as they watched. After a long while, when she saw that they didn't have the backbone to commit suicide, Xiao Linger teased them and said, Yo, 3 old turtles, didn't you all say you wanted to commit suicide to display your backbone? I think you're as cowardly as mice, greedy for life and afraid of death. Humans are all like this. Just live a little more realistically. Why do you have to put on an act like this? Dongfang Zhong, Li Jujing and Nan Gongyu's faces flushed red. They were too ashamed to show their faces. Xiao Yang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He directly announced the outcome. The three of you, if you don't want to die, then hand over your soul blood or commit suicide immediately. I'm not in the mood to waste time with you. When Nan Gongyu, Li Jujing, and Dongfang Zhong heard that they had to hand over their soul blood, their expressions changed drastically. Once they handed over their soul blood, their life and death would be controlled by someone else. This was no different from committing suicide. In fact, it was even worse than committing suicide. They would probably even be deprived of their freedom. They would be ordered around like walking corpses. It was as if they had become someone's lackey. To the three magnates, this was an extremely humiliating matter. How could they accept this? Although Li Jujing, Nan Gongyu, and Dongfang Zhong didn't want to hand over their soul blood, they didn't want to die even more. So, after weighing the pros and cons, they finally chose to live like walking corpses. With a resolute expression, they touched their foreheads without hesitation and took out their soul blood, handing it over to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't accept it. He glanced at Qindiyu, Lu Deyu, and Iron God Fist and said indifferently, "The three of you, take one drop each." Then he turned his back on her and walked away. As for how they would divide their forces and how they would cooperate, that was their business. Xiaoyang didn't want to care so much. The reason he came out of the courtyard today and set up a trap for Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing was because the three of them had been causing trouble recently. He didn't like them, so he came out to deal with them. Now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally had to leave. As for those forces, he wasn't interested in them at all. As long as a person's cultivation was strong enough, they could crush a large world all by themselves, let alone a small force. Only the weak would want to work together and work together. Farewell, Senior. Qindiyu, Lu Deyu, and Iron God Fist hurriedly bowed and respectfully watched Xiaoyang leave. After Xiaoyang left, Iron God Fist was the first to jump up in excitement. He said gratefully, "Senior Xiao is really a good person. He even gave me a drop. Io, Big Brother Qin, you're a great person too. There's nothing to say. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Iron God Fist could be considered someone who controlled a force now. He had expanded from a second-rate force to a first-rate force in an instant. With Li Jujing's soul blood in his hands, how could he be worried that Li Jujing would rebel? Xiaoyang's intention was very clear. He was obviously giving Iron God Fist a great opportunity. Qindiyu also smiled and said, "Little brother Iron, you're too polite. We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite." He had Dongfang Zhong's soul blood, while Lu Deyu had Nan Gongyu's soul blood. If they had to be separated, the Iron Tooth Gang would be the biggest force. They suddenly had two first-rate forces. Once they joined forces, they could at least summon the wind and rain on the firmament planet. Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, Li Jujing. I think there's no need to say more. Everyone here is smart. Chapter 1197. Qindiyu lectured them. Some ideological work still needed to be done. Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing nodded bitterly. Xiaoyang's meaning was clear. He didn't kill them because they still had value. If they didn't have value, he might not let them live. The three of them said, "We understand." And so, the three factions accepted their surrender and became part of the Iron Tooth Gang. Qindiyu suddenly became a famous figure in Central City. Xiaoyang, Lin Shiyun, and Xiaolinger returned to the courtyard. Looking at the empty courtyard, they were a bit bored. Chen Pingan, housekeeper Chen, Guzi, and the others were all there. Some were training, some were doing research. It was very lively. After Xiaoyang drank some tea in the Phoenix Pavilion, he simply went to cultivate. Ever since he reached King Wu level 2, his spiritual power cultivation had been stagnant at King Wu level 1. Cultivation knew no time. The days when he couldn't show off passed in the blink of an eye. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ling, and Lin Shiyun had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. They woke up from their cultivation state and exited seclusion. After they walked out of the room, they immediately saw a flickering jade slip in the air. It was a communication jade slip, and it was mysteriously carrying a package. Lin Shiyun said, "Ling, or maybe it's looking for us. Open it and take a look." Xiao Linger nodded. She was also curious about what was recorded in the jade slip and wanted to see what was in the package. She reached out and activated her cultivation. Instantly, the floating jade slip was in her hand. Her divine sense spread out and entered the jade slip. She immediately saw the contents. It was a letter from Qin Pingan. After reading it, Xiao Linger couldn't help but frown. She was originally lively and cheerful, but now she didn't smile. Lin Shiyun was curious. "What does it say?" Xiao Linger didn't answer. She just handed the jade slip over. Lin Shiyun took it and looked at the contents. This was Chun Pingan's suicide note. Her expression turned ugly. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Go tell Xiaoyang and let him make the decision." Xiao Ling nodded and went to look for Xiaoyang with the jade slip. Xiaoyang was still cultivating in seclusion in his room. After sensing Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun, he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. He felt the changes in his body. His cultivation had improved a little. "Why are you here?" Xiaoyang asked calmly. For the past few days, everyone had been cultivating. If it wasn't necessary, they wouldn't disturb each other. Since they were here, something must have happened. Xiao Linger handed the jade slip and package to Xiaoyang and said, "Qin Pingan brought these back. Take a look." Xiaoyang nodded. He released his divine sense and checked the contents of the jade slip. It said that they had killed 100,000 enemies. Most of them were thanks to Xiaoyang's illusion pill and thunderfire pill. In addition, they had been attacked by King Wu's dynasty and the White Tiger dynasty. Now they were in danger. In order to avoid breaking his promise to Xiaoyang, he purposely passed the identity token and the reward to Xiaoyang. Now he could die without regrets. He had sacrificed himself for his country. At least his name would go down in history, and he would be respected by his people. From the contents of this jade slip, Qin Pingan didn't have any confidence in breaking out of the encirclement. He already had the will to die. This letter was like a suicide note. No wonder Xiao Ling would personally come looking for him. "Xiaoyang, what do you think we should do next?" Xiao Linger asked. Xiaoyang opened the package. There were 3 identity tokens. With these tokens, they could easily enter and leave planet Suzaku. This was Xiaoyang's goal in helping Qin Pingan. Now that he had achieved this goal, should he leave? Xiaoyang frowned. He thought for a moment and said, "If I choose to abandon Qin Pingan and the others and leave them to die, Xiao Man might not like me anymore. Xiao Lian might also be disappointed in me." Xiao Linger's eyes instantly lit up. From these short words, she was able to discern that Xiaoyang intended to head to the battlefield and make a killing. Lin Shiyun was also eager to give it a try. Now that she had regained her King Wu cultivation, it was time for her to show off her former glory. Xiaoyang said, "Then let's go collect Qin Pingan and the others' corpses. I'll get someone to gather some information first. Wait a moment." He closed his eyes and released his divine sense to inform Chendiyu, Lu Deyu, and the Iron God Fist to come. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the 3 of them arrived at Xiaoyang's courtyard. In front of Xiaoyang, they were very respectful. "Senior, do you have any orders for us?" Before Xiaoyang, the 3 of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of disrespecting him. They subconsciously felt that it was an honor to be able to work for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang looked at them and calmly said, "I think you know a thing or two about Qin Pingan and the others heading to the battlefield. To be honest, Qin Pingan sent a letter saying that they are trapped and might not be able to hold on. What you need to do is to gather information for me as soon as possible." I want a detailed map of Chen Pingin's location, as well as the enemy's forces and combat strength. You can go now. This matter cannot be neglected. Chen Dayu, the Iron God Fist, and Lu Dayu's expressions became even more serious. They knew that this was an extremely serious matter that couldn't be neglected. They quickly left. Their faces were filled with awe and veneration. Whether it was Chen Pingin's courage to sacrifice himself or Xiao Yang's determination to go to the battlefield to save people, they were filled with deep admiration and respect. They used all of their forces, whether it was on the surface or in the dark, to madly gather information. In less than 5 minutes, they once again arrived before Xiaoyang. This was because Xiaoyang had only given them 10 minutes to gather as much information as possible. Chen Pingin's situation couldn't be delayed any longer. Every minute that they delayed, the danger would increase. Senior, take a look. Chen Dayu, Lu Dayu, and the Iron God Fist handed the information in their hands to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang released his divine sense, and after looking through it, he nodded and said, "Good, your abilities have greatly increased. You were able to gather such complete information in such a short amount of time. You've worked hard, so I won't bother you anymore. I'll head to the battlefield now." He stood up and slowly walked out of the door. Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun were already waiting outside. When they saw Xiaoyang come out, they hurriedly followed him. Chen Dayu and the other two hesitated for a moment before saying loudly, "Senior, we will also go with you. Although we are not as strong as you, we can still take care of some shrimp soldiers and crab generals." They also wanted to go with their army. Their current strength couldn't be underestimated. They were no longer the Iron Tooth Gang of the past. Chapter 1198. The number of experts they had was more than 10 times more than before. The number of people under them had also increased by more than 10 times. Their industries, wealth, and combat strength were all soaring crazily. In this small piece of land, they were the masters of this place. Even if they sent out troops, they could form a team in a short time. Xiaoyang didn't even turn his head and said, "Forget it. I'm not going to war. I'm just going to save people. I want to end the battle quickly. If the army is going to war, can't I just join the army? Why should I ask you to do something unnecessary?" Chen Dayu, Lu Dayu, and the Iron God Fist didn't continue to force him. Although they weren't soldiers, they knew that speed was the most important thing in war. They didn't want to drag Xiaoyang down. They respectfully watched Xiaoyang leave. They just felt a little regretful that they couldn't fight together with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had helped them so much. They really felt guilty. The primordial divine dragon roared and appeared in midair. Xiaoyang, Xiaolinger, and Lin Shiyun used their movement techniques and instantly flew up. Just like that, they rode the primordial divine dragon and disappeared into the distance. The primordial divine dragon's strength was comparable to King Wu's. Its speed was undeniable. In addition, it was originally a species that could soar in the 9 heavens. Its speed could only be faster. Chen Dayu, Lu Dayu, and the Iron God Fist saw this and were shocked and envious, especially the Iron God Fist. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to have a King Wu's divine dragon. If he didn't follow Xiaoyang back then, he would have been turned into ashes. Just thinking about it made him tremble. Xiaoyang and the others rode the primordial divine dragon and rushed to the battlefield. In less than an hour, they appeared in the sky above the battlefield. They were above the clouds. It was extremely difficult for the people below to discover them unless there were experts who released their divine senses to search. Looking down from above, they could see that there were 2 million soldiers gathered below. One side was the army of King Wu's dynasty, and the other side was the army of the White Tiger dynasty. The two armies joined forces and looked like they were going to kill Chen Pingan, housekeeper Chen, Guzi, and the others. The combat power of 2 million soldiers was quite terrifying. Thinking about Chen Pingan and the others, they had only wiped out 100,000 enemy soldiers since the start of the war, and they had also paid a heavy price. Now that 2 million soldiers were surrounding them, They were like a small boat in a stormy sea that could be destroyed at any moment. It was no wonder that Chun Pingan would give his will to Xiaoyang. There was no hope of breaking out of the encirclement. It was also a situation of certain death. There was no chance at all. The reason why Chun Pingan and the others were able to hold on until now was entirely because of the uniqueness of this war zone. It was similar to the 100,000 mountains. The mountains were high, the forests were dense, and the ravines were uneven. Moreover, ferocious beasts, poisonous insects, and snakes would occasionally appear. It was extremely difficult for a large army to attack, and it was only suitable for small groups of troops to move about. Even so, Chun Pingan and the others were unable to continue. In about half a day, they would be at the end of their rope, running out of ammunition and food. At this moment, they could only bitterly hold on, desperately flee, exhausted from running for their lives. The encirclement of 2 million soldiers continued to shrink from 100,000 feet to 100,000 feet. At this speed, the encirclement would probably shrink to 1,000 feet by sunset. In this way, Chun Pingan and the remaining soldiers would be exposed and would have nowhere to hide. They could only fight to the death. No one knew why the Xian King Wu dynasty and the White Tiger dynasty were so ruthless to place so much importance on Chun Pingan's team. Xiaoyang, how are we going to save him? Xiao Linger frowned her pretty brows as she asked. This was an army of 2 million soldiers, and most of them were powerful cultivators, like Wu Zun, who was at the 7th or 8th level. If it was just to save Chun Pingan, it would be easy to do. As long as the primordial divine dragon swooped down and jumped, it could easily take Chun Pingan away. However, the problem was that there were dozens of people following behind Chun Pingan. These dozens of people had gone through thick and thin with Chun Pingan. Even after fighting until now, they still did not abandon him. Therefore, it was unrealistic for Chun Pingan to abandon them. It was very likely that Chun Pingan would die together with these comrades. Although Xiaoyang had the ability to save people, he could not save so many people at once. This was why Xiaoyang did not let Chengdu, Lu Diyu, and the Iron God Fist follow him. The primordial divine dragon's carrying capacity was limited, and it was not enough to just put them on it. One also had to consider the speed and the quality of flying at oblique angles. Lin Shiyun frowned and said, "This battlefield is really terrible. There is no way to break through the encirclement. Even if we can take some people away, we will definitely lose a lot of people. I'm afraid Chun Pingan will not leave. After all, he is a person who values loyalty and treats his subordinates like brothers. This is also why these subordinates are willing to live and die with him." What you said was very reasonable, and Xiaoyang and Xiaolinger both agreed. Therefore, this undoubtedly increased the burden and pressure on Xiaoyang to save people. If he only saved Chun Pingan would not be willing to leave. If he saved everyone, it was not realistic at all, even if Xiaoyang was now a second-stage almighty with a physical body like King Wu. Although his personal combat strength was powerful, he was not omnipotent and could not protect dozens of people at the same time. It was very likely that he would be dragged down here. Among the 200 enemies, there were many high-level cultivators. Although their personal combat strength was not strong, once they formed a formation and used magic treasures and talismans, their power was simply earth-shattering. Even Xiaoyang did not dare to face them head-on. One had to know that this was a formation of 2 million people, not a scattered attack. Xiao Linger looked at Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, now is not the way to save them. Do you have any good ideas?" Xiaoyang frowned, and his expression was also solemn. After thinking for a while, he looked around and locked his eyes on a high peak. There was a tent on it, and his eyes could not help but light up. He was a little excited. He said lightly, "Do you see that high peak? That must be the command center of the Xian King Wu dynasty and the White Tiger dynasty. Their commanders must be there. As long as we capture them, we should be able to force the 2 million army to retreat." Xiaoling, and Lin Shiyun also looked over. Indeed, they saw the concealed tent. These two commanders were also considered smart. They built the command center on a high peak so that they could easily overlook the entire situation. In order to avoid being too exposed, they concealed it on the high peak. Fortunately, Xiao Yang's eyesight was outstanding. Otherwise, it would be difficult to discover. If not for Xiao Yang's reminder, Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun would not have discovered it. As expected, "Husband, you are so powerful. Let's go and take care of them now," Xiao Linger said excitedly. Now that the army was on the battlefield surrounding Chen Pingan and the others, there were no soldiers at the command center. As long as they broke in, they should be able to achieve great things. Lin Shiyun said, "Ling, don't be too impulsive. The commanders are the soul of the army. They will definitely not be caught easily. Who knows, they might have set up a backup defense. We have to be careful." Chapter 1199. Xiao Yang said, "That's right. I just probed with my divine sense. There are 2 King Wu-class powerhouses guarding the place. In addition, there are several Wu Zun Stage 9 powerhouses and more than a dozen strategists and strategists. We have to be careful." What a powerful lineup. Xiao Linger was shocked. Xiao Yang said, "Don't panic. Our lineup is not weak either. As long as we arrange things properly, we can easily take them down." After thinking for a while, he began to instruct. "Great-grandmother, you and Shenlong will appear together and attract the attention of 2 King Wu. After that, Ling will go as well. Try to attract the battle intent of those Wu Zun Stage 8 and Stage 9 powerhouses. Finally, I will arrive in the air and easily end the battle." "Okay." Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun agreed and then began to act. Shenlong flew towards the enemy's command center. When they were close, Xiao Yang and Xiao Linger flew down from Shenlong and hid temporarily. Lin Shiyun kept flying forward on Shenlong's back and reached the top of the mountain in an instant. "Who's there? Impudent. You're courting death." When Lin Shiyun and Shenlong appeared in the air above the enemy's command center, a loud shout was heard. Waves of divine sense swept out and locked onto Lin Shiyun and Shenlong in an instant. Shenlong roared and instantly breathed out clouds and mist, spewing fire and rain. The 1-meter-tall mountain collapsed, and many guards were killed. Lin Shiyun shouted and waved her hand. A beam of light slashed down from the sky and struck the mountain peak, instantly splitting it in half. Many weak cultivators and staff officers were also killed. The 2 King Wu in the command center were enraged. They hurriedly performed their supreme martial arts and activated the formation, condensing a defensive light shield to block the attacks from outsiders. Then they ordered, "You guys stay here and protect the marshal. I'll be back soon." 2 martial kings from different camps immediately soared into the air and charged toward Lin Shiyun and the divine dragon in an instant. Seeing that their battle was gradually getting further and further away, Xiao Linger called her pet white fox and happily rushed to the peak, starting to provoke and kill. "Little girl, you're courting death." When the guards of the 2 marshals saw that Xiao Ling had come to provoke them, they were unable to restrain their anger and flew into a rage. They all jumped up and charged toward Xiao Ling. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ling made a funny face and said, "Just you cowards still want to kill me? Not a chance." Then she immediately took out the quasi-heaven-grade Mystic Amber Shield. The Mystic Amber Shield released a golden light, firmly protecting her. She also used her movement technique, dodging in all directions, as well as using her escape technique. As long as she lured these people away, she would succeed. She didn't need to kill them. Her pet white fox barked a few times and also started to attack and disturb. In addition, the bloodthirsty ice silkworm and flamingo also appeared on Xiao Linger's left and right. Xiao Yang was worried about Xiao Linger's safety, so he specially sent these 2 pets to protect Xiao Linger. When these guards saw that Xiao Linger had 3 powerful pets, they were all shocked. Their eyes revealed a greedy light, and they chased and attacked even more desperately. There weren't many guards left. The two great generals calmly watched the show in front of the tent, unmoved. At this time, Xiaoyang, who had been acting as a backup, appeared. The moment he appeared, he directly released the aura of a King Wu. A shock wave was released from his body and directly sent the guards beside the two great generals flying. It's actually another King Wu. The guards who were sent flying in midair were all aghast, and their expressions changed greatly. They thought that the appearance of Lin Shiyun and the divine dragon was the strongest force, but they didn't expect that there was still a stronger force behind. They had all fallen into a trap. Bang, bang, bang. These guards who were sent flying crashed into the ground in the distance, making a dull sound. Even if they understood the whole story, they were powerless to stop the progress of the process. The two great generals' expressions changed greatly, and they looked in horror at the strange appearance of Xiaoyang. They couldn't believe it. The two of you, I don't want to hurt you, but I hope that you can cooperate, Xiaoyang said lightly. Then he grabbed out with one hand and easily controlled the two great generals. Even if these two great generals had a high cultivation level, they were still not enough in front of King Wu. In the 3 battlefields in the distance, they immediately noticed the commotion here. The two King Wu guards turned pale with fright and immediately gave up on fighting with Lin Shiyun and the divine dragon. They immediately turned around and returned to where the great generals were. At the same time, the 8th and 9th rank guards of Wu Zun also decisively gave up on chasing after Xiaolinger and returned immediately. After the 2 million soldiers at the foot of the mountain sensed the commotion, they all stopped in their tracks and stopped shrinking the encirclement and looked at the top of the mountain worriedly. In the encirclement, Chen Pinggan, housekeeper Chen, Sun Go Zi, and the others were also surprised, and their expressions were uncertain. At this time, they were already in a situation where death was certain. Who would come to save them at this time? It's the alchemist. Sun Go Zi's eyes were sharp, and he had been in charge of intelligence. He saw Xiaoyang at first glance, and he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "What, Alchemist Xiao is here?" Everyone present was excited and seething with excitement. They had a very good impression of Alchemist Xiao. During their training, Alchemist Xiao had refined many body-strengthening and cultivation elixirs for them. Even when they came to the battlefield to fight, the Thunder Fire Elixir and Illusion Elixir played a great role, accounting for almost 60 to 70% of the benefits. They didn't expect that when they were prepared to die together with the enemy, Alchemist Xiao would come with 2 elixir slaves. It seemed that he was here to save them. They were very moved and very grateful. Then they began to worry about Xiaoyang. Chen Pinggan was very worried and said, "Alchemist Xiao is good at refining elixirs, and we don't know what his cultivation level is. There are 200 enemy soldiers, and there are 2 King Wu guarding them. Wu Zun also has many 8th and 9th rank experts. It's really worrying." Housekeeper Chen smiled faintly, half in despair and half in self-mockery, and said, "Young master, although Alchemist Xiao may also die here, his courage and loyalty can be seen. It's enough to show that Alchemist Xiao values you very much. To be able to die with the loyal Alchemist Xiao, you can die without regrets. At most, you can be brothers in the next life." Chen Pinggan understood in his heart, and there was no longer any melancholy on his face, only relief and joy. Sun Go Zi grinned, and there was no trace of worry on his face. He explained, "Young master, housekeeper, you probably don't know Alchemist Xiao's ability. It's enough to shock you." Sun Go Zi, who was in charge of intelligence, naturally knew more about the situation. The moment Xiaoyang appeared, he knew that he and the others were saved. Chapter 1200. When Chen Pinggan, Butler Chen, and the others heard Go Zi's words, they looked at him in surprise and asked, "Go Zi, do you know something? Tell us quickly." Go Zi kept them in suspense and smiled. "Alchemist Xiao doesn't just know how to refine pills, he is very capable. Just wait, he will give you all a scare. Also, we are saved, so we must be prepared to leave." Being saved was something that everyone was happy to see. Previously, they all thought that they were going to die here, but now that they saw hope, they were all excited and smiled. Chen Pingan didn't doubt Go, Z's words at all, because the information that Z provided was very accurate, and he didn't make any mistakes. He immediately ordered everyone to be prepared to leave. At the top of White Ash Peak, an intense battle was happening. Marshal White Tiger and Marshal Black Tortoise wanted to stall for time so that their subordinates could come back. The subordinates of the two marshals were also rushing back, but this required time. Xiao Yang wouldn't give them time. His goal was clear from the start. Hence, when Marshal White Tiger and Marshal Black Tortoise asked who Xiao Yang was, Xiao Yang's lips curled up and he didn't bother to answer. He immediately acted, using the power of the second stage King Wu. His figure was like a shadow, instantly appearing beside the two marshals and sealing their cultivation, easily controlling them. Xiao Yang then said calmly, "Who I am isn't important. What's important is whether you cooperate or not. If you cooperate, you will suffer. But if you cooperate, you will suffer more." Just as Xiao Yang had subdued the two marshals, the marshals' guards had all returned to White Song Peak and surrounded Xiao Yang. "Who are you? Do you know who you are holding hostage? Why aren't you letting them go?" The two King Wu's faces were green, and their expressions were ugly. Their eyes were filled with anger as they roared at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang grinned, and the corners of his mouth curved into a mocking arc. He said, disdainfully, "I've already done this. Do you think I'll still let him go? If I don't know who they are, why would I capture them? Besides, since you care so much about them, even a fool would know who they are. To tell you the truth, they are the ones I want to capture." "Bastard, what do you want? What do you want before you let him go?" The two King Wu bellowed. They were extremely vexed. They had actually been sucked away by someone just now, causing the marshal to have no one to protect him. That was why he was captured by Xiao Yang. This was all their responsibility. Xiao Yang chuckled and said calmly, Well said. As long as you let my people go, I will let them go. Whether you want exchange or not is up to you. To be honest, my men aren't that valuable. It doesn't matter if some of them die or get injured. On the other hand, if anything happens to your marshal, I'm afraid you'll have to bear the consequences. You should consider the severity of the matter. Bastard. The faces of the two King Wu and many of the guards turned ashen. They were actually coerced by Xiao Yang, and they didn't have any countermeasures. It wasn't that they didn't consider directly using force, but Xiao Yang's strength was too monstrous. They didn't have the confidence to kill Xiao Yang while ensuring the safety of their marshal. While they were hesitating, Lin Shiyin, the divine dragon, and Xiao Linger flew back to White Ash Peak and landed beside Xiao Yang. They looked at the crowd proudly. What they did just now was their masterpiece. If they succeeded, they would naturally be proud and filled with a sense of accomplishment. The leader of the guards, King Wu of the White Tiger dynasty, was very unwilling. He threatened, "Brat, are you trying to completely offend the White Tiger dynasty? Let me tell you, today's matter isn't over. You'd better be sensible. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by the entire White Tiger dynasty. You will never have a day of peace." "I'm so scared." Xiao Yang pretended to be scared and looked at the White Tiger King Wu teasingly. Then he quickly restrained his emotions and returned to his serious expression. He said indifferently, "All right, I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. I'm going to take him away now. If you guys dare to stop me, be careful of their lives. Even if you can't kill them, it won't be a problem to make them lose an arm or a leg." Xiao Yang brought the two of them away from White Ash Peak and flew towards Chen Pingan, housekeeper Chen, Guzi, and the others. Lin Shiyin, Xiao Linger, the divine dragon, the bloodthirsty ice worm, and the fiery bird also accompanied him and flew up. When they arrived at the sky above Chen Pingan and the others, Xiao Yang didn't plan to land. He shouted loudly, "Soldiers of the Black King Wu dynasty, soldiers of the White Tiger dynasty, I order you to retreat immediately." After Xiao Yang shouted, he directly pushed the Black Tortoise Marshal and the White Tiger Marshal out to threaten the millions of soldiers. When the soldiers who were shrinking the encirclement heard the shout, and saw the two marshals in the sky, they were stunned. For a moment, they didn't know whether to retreat or advance. The White Tiger Dynasty and the Black King Wu Dynasty's King Wu Dynasty, as well as the guards, also caught up. They maintained a certain distance from Xiaoyang and the others. They didn't dare to get too close to Xiaoyang so as to avoid angering Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang looked at the hesitant soldiers below. His gaze landed on the Black Tortoise King Wu and the White Tiger King Wu. He sneered and said, "If you guys don't give the order to retreat, then I'll cut off the arms of these two people first. You guys can do as you see fit." After he finished speaking, he took out a sharp divine sword from his storage space. The divine sword released a sharp aura that could cut through hair and cause chills. Under the control of Xiaoyang's cultivation, the divine sword slowly descended towards the arms of the two marshals. It was neither fast nor slow as it pressed forward bit by bit. When the Black Tortoise King Wu, the White Tiger King Wu, and the other guards saw this scene, they were furious. They couldn't suppress their anger, and their eyes almost popped out. They were filled with enmity and hatred toward Xiaoyang and the other two. When the divine sword was about to land on the arms of the two marshals, the Black Tortoise King Wu and the White Tiger King Wu couldn't sit still anymore. They immediately said, "Okay, I agree to retreat. Don't hurt the marshals." "Okay, I'll see how you guys perform." Xiaoyang casually put away the divine sword. He looked casual and didn't care at all. Even though the divine sword didn't touch the arms of the two marshals, the sharp sword qi still cut through the skin of the two marshals' arms, causing them to bleed. "Bastard! Bastard! Son of a bitch!" The White Tiger King Wu and the Black Tortoise King Wu roared in rage. They were so angry that they clenched their fists and their bodies were shaking. They said that they wouldn't hurt the two marshals, but they were still injured. Xiaoyang looked at how angry they were and grinned. He pretended to be apologetic and said innocently, "You can't blame me. You guys agreed too late. Moreover, my sword hasn't even touched them." Chapter 1201. After saying this, he urged them again, "Hurry up. If I take out the sword again, it won't be so easy to talk to." Black Tortoise King Wu and White Tiger King Wu stared at Xiaoyang angrily. They wanted to roar, "Since when are you nice?" They suppressed their anger and maintained their restraint. They fiercely ordered the troops to retreat. Originally, only the marshals had the right to command the soldiers. However, now that the two marshals were held hostage, the two King Wu also had the right to retreat. After all, as King Wu, his status was very high and he had a lot of power. As Black Tortoise King Wu and White Tiger King Wu gave the order to retreat, the 2,000,000 troops that surrounded them slowly retreated like the tide. "Bastard, is that enough? Are you satisfied? Why aren't you letting them go?" Black Tortoise King Wu and White Tiger King Wu roared at Xiaoyang. Their expressions were ferocious and their eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious how much hatred they had for Xiaoyang. From the beginning until now, no one had dared to force them to this extent. They had always been high and mighty. As long as they forced others, they had never suffered such humiliation. They would remember today's humiliation in their hearts. They would repay it 100 times in the future. Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, "What's the hurry? Tell your people to retreat further. At such a close distance, you'll catch up soon. Do you think we are stupid?" Black Tortoise King Wu and White Tiger King Wu gritted their teeth and ordered them to retreat again. Chun Pingan, Butler Chin, Go Zi, and the others also noticed the situation around them. They were overjoyed. Go Zi laughed and said, "Sisi, young master, Butler, they are retreating." Everyone was overjoyed. They thought that they were dead for sure this time and would die for their country. They didn't expect such a turn of events. "Go Zi, not bad, you are amazing." Many people praised Go Zi's judgment. Even Chun Pingan and Butler Chin looked at him with gratification and encouragement in their eyes. Go Zi said, "Let's go." Chun Pingan immediately gave the order and led the team away from here. After walking out of the ancient forest, He looked up and saw Xiaoyang, Lin Shiyin, Xiaolinger, and the others in the air. Chun Ping and housekeeper Chin, Go Zi, and the others were extremely grateful. They shed tears of gratitude, and their eyes were wet. They all knew that it was all thanks to Xiaoyang that they were able to survive today. They cupped their fists at Xiaoyang one after another, and then quickly left. There was no need for unnecessary words between the two sides. When the deputy generals saw the target that they had chased for many days leave so openly, they were very unwilling. Their eyes were filled with anger, and their fists were clenched tightly. During this period of time, they didn't know how many soldiers had died. Now they were about to succeed, but they could only watch as they left. It was really infuriating. The generals all had a certain level of cultivation. They also flew up and came in front of Black Tortoise King Wu and White Tiger King Wu. They questioned loudly and unwillingly, "Military advisor, are we going to let them leave just like that? Then won't our efforts and hard work these few days be wasted?" One had to know that they were mobilizing an army, not just a few people. Once an army was mobilized, it would definitely consume a lot of resources. Now that they had failed at the last step, it was reasonable for them to be disappointed, angry, and unwillingly. Black Tortoise King Wu and White Tiger King Wu were also heartbroken. Why would they want this to happen? They were the ones who gave the order to retreat, and in the future, they would be the ones to be held responsible. The pressure they were under was much greater than these generals and deputy generals. They hadn't even complained yet. So why were these deputy generals muttering, and even showing the attitude of a wronged little girl? "Kid, your people have already left. Can you let them go now?" White Tiger King Wu glared at Xiaoyang and asked loudly. His mood was more irritated than anyone else's, and he gave people the feeling that he would attack at the slightest disagreement. Xiaoyang smiled indifferently and said with a casual expression, "What's the hurry? Wait a little longer. It's only this distance, and they haven't even run out of the battle zone. You've already caught up." "Humph." White Tiger King Wu, Black Tortoise King Wu, and many guards, generals, and others all had cold faces. They hated Xiaoyang to the extreme. However, the two marshals were in his hands, and they didn't dare to act rashly. After more than half a day, Xiaoyang guessed that Qin Pingan and the others should be far away. Only then did he release them and said, "All right, seeing your sincerity, I'll return the two marshals to you. However, I'm warning you, don't chase after them. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the terrifying consequences." Xiaoyang used the art of great teleportation and instantly moved 1,000,000 feet away in the void, along with the two marshals. Then he leisurely rose into the sky, riding the divine dragon all the way back. "Marshal, Marshal, are you all right? How are you? That bastard didn't hurt you, right?" Black Tortoise King Wu, White Tiger King Wu, and many guards and soldiers all looked at the two marshals with concern. "We're fine, don't worry." After the two marshals were unsealed, they opened their mouths and said, "Marshal, why don't we chase after them? We might still be able to catch up." Some soldiers who were unwilling to give up loudly suggested. Originally, this game of cat and mouse was about to succeed, but it was ruined by Xiaoyang, this dark horse that appeared out of nowhere. There was no need to mention how terrible their hearts were. If they couldn't catch up and kill them, they would feel very depressed and would definitely be thought to be easy to bully. "Forget it, you won't be able to catch up." The marshal calmly spoke and stopped them. After thinking for a bit, he explained, "Chen Pingan is the only beloved grandson of the Minister of Revenue on planet Suk. That's why we paid such a huge price to surround him. It's naturally good if we can catch him, but it doesn't matter if we can't." Many soldiers sighed dejectedly with disappointed expressions. Black Tortoise King Wu and White Tiger King Wu apologized. "Please punish us, Marshal. We let such an important person go without permission." The marshal said no need. "Although Chan Pingan is important, he's not very important. It doesn't matter. All right, let's retreat." Both sides started to retreat. When they parted, the two marshals met and said, "Next time, I won't show mercy." Same. The two marshals who had formed an alliance because of benefits were now separated because of benefits. They originally belonged to different dynasties. The next time they met, they would naturally be life and death enemies unless there were other benefits for them to form an alliance again. After being separated for a long time, they would be united. After being united for a long time, they would be separated. This was common sense. Black Tortoise King Wu and White Tiger King Wu were also feeling sorry for each other. There were also many guards and soldiers. Through this cooperation, they understood a lot about each other. Some of them even became friends. Chapter 1202. Unfortunately, their positions had decided that they were enemies. After bidding each other farewell, they would be enemies the next time they met. Chun Pingan, Steward Chen, Go Zi, and the rest fled for half a day. When they were some distance away, they ran into Iron God Fist, Qin Diyu, Lu Diyu, Nangong Yu, Dongfang Zhong, Li Jujing, and the others on a mountain peak near the border. It turned out that Chan Diyu, Iron God Fist, and the rest were worried about Xiaoyang. So even if Xiaoyang had refused to let them follow, they had secretly dispatched troops and led many gang members here. As a matter of fact, they had been waiting here since early in the morning. Unfortunately, it was not Xiaoyang who came, but Chun Pingan, Steward Chun, and the rest. Chun Pingan did not know Qin Diyu, Iron God Fist, Lu Diyu, and the rest. He only knew Dongfang Zhong, Nangong Yu, and Li Jujing, so he went up to greet them. "Mr. Dongfang, Mr. Nangong, Mr. Li, why are you all here?" Chun Pingan's behavior was polite, showing due respect. Nangong Yu, Li Jujing, and Dongfang Zhong's expressions changed. One had to know that they had already submitted to Qin Diyu, Lu Diyu, and Iron God Fist. The reason they followed this time was entirely their own idea, and they were forced to follow. In other words, the leaders here were Qin Diyu, Lu Diyu, and Iron God Fist, not them. Chun Pingan talked to the three of them and ignored Qin Diyu's group. This was equivalent to raising their status, which would definitely make Qin Diyu's group hate him. Therefore, Dongfang Zhong, Nangong Yu, and Li Jujing hurriedly explained, "Qin Xiaoye, we came here under orders. These two are Qin Diyu and Lu Diyu from the Iron Tooth Gang, and this is Iron God Fist from the Divine Fist School. They are the ones who led us here." Chun Pingan was astonished. One had to know that Li Jujing, Nangong Yu, and Dongfang Zhong were the three big shots of the local forces, and the other forces were almost all subsidiary forces. Who would have thought that in just a few days, the three big shots' positions would change? He was also an experienced and knowledgeable person. After learning of the situation, he hurriedly greeted Qin Diyu, Lu Diyu, Iron God Fist, and the others with a smile to express his gratitude. Qin Diyu's attention was not on Chun Pingan. After exchanging some pleasantries with Chun Pingan, he immediately asked, "Young Master Qin, may I know where Senior Shao is? Why don't I see him?" Lu Diyu, Iron God Fist, Nangong Yu, and the others were also paying close attention to this. They all looked at Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan revealed an ashamed expression and explained, "In order to save us, Alchemist Shao kidnapped the two marshals of the Xian King Wu dynasty and the White Tiger dynasty. He told us to leave first. I reckon Alchemist Shao will catch up soon." Everyone fell silent. Lu Diyu originally wanted to reprimand him. How could he leave when he had traveled so far to save him? But after thinking about it, he felt that there was no need. Chun Pingan felt even worse when he saw their expressions change. Everyone waited here. After a short period of time, they saw a divine dragon flying in the sky. There were three figures on the divine dragon's back. Qin Diyu, Lu Diyu, Iron God Fist, and the others were very excited. They said Senior Shao is back. Chun Pingan was also excited. Housekeeper Qin, Go Zi, and the others also became excited. They were happy, relaxed, and lively. After Xiaoyang escaped, he originally wanted to return to the city directly. But after sensing Chun Pingan and the others waiting here, he slowly descended. After seeing Qin Diyu, Ludayu, Iron God Fist, and the others, he could not help but laugh. He originally did not want to bring them, but he did not expect that they would still come. It could be considered a kind gesture. He smiled and said, "Since you're already here, let's go back together. Along the way, if anyone has any cultivation problems, you can come and ask me." Everyone was very excited and grateful. Xiao Yang, Chen Pingan, and the others returned to their original courtyard. They spent the whole day drinking celebratory wine. Chun Dayu, Lu Dayu, Iron God Fist, Dongfang Zhong, and the others were all there. Although they did not go to the battlefield, they still went to provide support, so it could be considered a small contribution. This was because of their kind intentions. After a day, Xiao Yang and Qin Pingan said goodbye to Chindayu, Iron God Fist, and the others. This was because Xiao Yang, Qin Pingan, and the others were going to return to planet Suzuki. Chindayu, Lu Dayu, Iron God Fist, and the others' businesses were all on planet Songming, so they did not want to go to planet Suzuki. Moreover, although Chen Pingan could make identity tokens, there was a limit. It was impossible for him to make countless identity tokens without a limit. Xiao Yang, Lin Shiyun, and Xiao Linger, Qin Pingan, and housekeeper Chen returned to planet Suzuki. Inside the interstellar flying ship, Xiao Yang was cultivating in his room. Lin Shiyun and Xiao Linger accompanied him on both sides. Because the interstellar flying ship was not very big and there were a lot of people coming and going, the three of them shared a room. Xiao Yang tried to calm his heart a few times, but he could not do it. The closer they got to planet Suzaku, the more nervous he became. This was not because he was uneasy, but because he was about to see Little Man, so he was excited and expectant. Xiao Linger joked, "Xiao Yang, are you excited because you are about to see Little Man? If you can't calm your heart, then just relax for a few days. After we arrive at planet Suzaku, do you want to go see Little Man directly, or do you want to make a name for yourself first?" Xiao Yang thought for a bit and said, "I haven't decided yet. Little Man and Little Yen were the princesses of planet Suzaku. They had noble statuses and were very high up. If it was a normal person, it would be extremely difficult to even see them. However, for someone as powerful as Xiao Yang, it was not difficult to see them. The difficult part was how to take Little Man away without causing a commotion on planet Suzaku. Right now, Xiao Yang was not sure. He wanted to see Little Man first and see what she thought before making a decision. Xiao Yang, Xiao Ling, and Lin Shiyun stayed in the room for less than an hour before the room's door was knocked on. They even heard an arrogant shout coming from outside. The people inside, "Get the hell out for this young master." Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun couldn't help but frown. They looked at the door with dissatisfaction. Who was this rude? Xiao Yang slowly got up, frowned, and asked with dissatisfaction, "Who are you?" He had no intention of opening the door to welcome guests, not to mention that the other party was not even a guest. He was afraid that this person was here to cause trouble. Of course, Xiao Yang wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. He just wanted to avoid as much trouble as possible so that he wouldn't be annoyed. "Let me tell you, our young master is the grandson of the Minister of War. Why aren't you giving up your room?" One of Fan Shouwang's lackeys shouted. His expression was arrogant and condescending. It was as if even a lackey could be arrogant to the heavens. The Minister of War and the Minister of Revenue were existences on the same level. On planet Suzaku, the Minister of War was the head of a department. He controlled almost all of the military power on planet Suzaku. It could be said that he had absolute power. Chapter 1203. As the grandson of the Minister of War, Fan Shouwang naturally had the right to be arrogant. When he was on planet Suzaku, he had bullied a lot of people and stolen a lot of girls from good families. When he was on planet Dark Firmament, he did even more evil. Now that he had returned from his training, he naturally wanted to do some evil on the spaceship. If he remembered correctly, he still remembered that Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun had walked into this room. He had been thinking about them for a long time. This was because Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun were both very beautiful. It would take some time to get from planet Songming to planet Suzaku. During this time, he didn't mind having two beautiful girls to accompany him. With his noble status, he had always been successful. Who knew how many girls wanted to curry favor with him? He felt that he could easily subdue Xiao Linger and Lin Shuryan. The reason why he dared to snatch the room was only an excuse. The room was secondary. The most important thing was that Fan Shouwang had his eyes on Xiao Linger and Lin Shuryan. After they revealed their identities and threatened him, they waited for a while, only to hear Xiao Yang's cold voice. "What Minister of War's grandson? I, Xiao Yang, don't even know you. Take care, I won't send you off." Fan Shouwang was stunned. After being stunned for a while, he immediately became angry. His eyes seemed to be burning with rage. No one had ever dared to reject him. He had never lost anything he wanted. This time, there was no need for his lackeys to shout threats. He coldly said, "Xiao Yang, right? I'm Fan Shouwang. From your tone, it sounds like you look down on the Minister of War. Can I take this as you being disrespectful to the Minister of War and dissatisfied with the high-ranking officials on planet Suzaku? Then I'll have to seek justice for the high-ranking officials on planet Suzaku." He raised his hand, activated his cultivation, and threw a punch. Following a series of bangs, the door exploded. Xiao Yang's frown became even deeper. He didn't want to cause any trouble at first, but he didn't expect this guy to come knocking on his door. Xiao Linger immediately scolded, "Are you crazy? You came to disturb us for no reason and even gave us a bad name. You have such evil intentions." Lin Shuryan frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Fan Shouwang, right? If you want to snatch a room, just say so. Do you need other reasons? We are just commoners. Why would we need to know you?" Xiao Yang's eyes flickered with a cold light, and some killing intent was brewing. He didn't mind killing Fan Shouwang. He didn't care who Fan Shouwang was. Even if the Minister of War was here, he wouldn't take him seriously. After seeing the two women, Fan Shouwang's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at Xiao Linger and Lin Shuryan without blinking. After hearing the two women's reprimand, he smiled slightly, revealing an elegant look, and said, "Two ladies, don't misunderstand. There are relatively few rooms on this airship. This young master deliberately came to do business with you. I am the dignified grandson of the Minister of War. I won't let you suffer a loss." His words were very pleasant, and he looked very kind. However, if he just wanted to do business, why would he smash the door and show such an aggressive attitude right from the start, using threats and promises? Xiao Yang and the other two weren't fools. They could see what Fan Shouwang was planning at a glance. Xiao Linger directly exposed his disguise and said, "Is there anyone in this world who does business like you? Relying on your family's power and your grandfather's prestige to cause trouble everywhere. You want to use this to coerce us. If this matter reaches the ears of the Minister of War, I want to see how the Minister of War will deal with you." Lin Shuryan said coldly, "This room is temporarily owned by us. You destroyed the door for no reason. This is a great disrespect to us. A person like you still wants to do business?" Fan Shouwang's expression suddenly became gloomy. He originally wanted to talk nicely, but Xiao Linger and Lin Shuryan didn't buy his words. In his words, they didn't want face when he gave it to them. He snorted coldly and was too lazy to continue pretending. He said, "To tell you the truth, this young master has taken a fancy to the two of you. One sentence. Follow me, and I'll give you glory and wealth. If you refuse, you'll have to bear the consequences." As the grandson of the Minister of War, he had a noble status. Any room he wanted was just a matter of saying a word. Chun Pingan was the grandson of the Minister of Revenue. Wouldn't he be able to casually arrange a first-class room for Xiao Yang? Therefore, their status was very useful. Fan Shouwang didn't lack rooms at all. What he lacked were beauties that he liked, such as Xiao Linger and Lin Shuryan. This vicious and lecherous fox had finally revealed his tail. His sinister intentions were as clear as day. Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun were extremely embarrassed and angry. They glared at Fan Shouwang. Fan Shouwang chuckled coldly, and his eyes were filled with mockery. He acted as if he didn't see the two women's gazes and turned his attention to Xiaoyang. He raised his head slightly and looked at Xiaoyang with disdain. "Xiaoyang, is it? You can leave this room now." His meaning was already very clear. In addition to stealing people, he also wanted to steal this room. In any case, he didn't think that Xiaoyang was anything to be afraid of. According to his understanding, Xiaoyang didn't have any backing or a powerful background. Even if he did have a small background, it was only on planet Songming. For a young master of planet Songming like him, this so-called background was nothing. Therefore, he didn't need to give Xiaoyang any face. He could just tell him to scram. The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up as he looked at Fan Shouwang playfully. He said lightly, "The one who should get lost is you. You came here looking for trouble for no reason. You want to snatch people and rooms. Have you asked the manager of the airship? Also, did I agree to it? You've got guts. You actually dare to tell me to scram. Just this sentence alone is enough to set the date of your death." Haha. Fan Shouwang couldn't help but laugh. After laughing for a while, he mocked, "Xiaoyang, you're really naive." He shook his head and mocked. "You think the manager can protect you?" He sneered and signaled to his follower. The follower understood and immediately left. Not long after, he found a manager of the airship. Fan Shouwang pointed at the manager of the airship and said, "Xiaoyang, this is one of the managers of the airship. His name is Fan Tianlei. You want him to uphold justice? You can try it now." Xiaoyang calmly said, "Mr. Fan Tianlei, I'm your honored guest on this airship. Are you going to allow others to disturb your honored guest without doing anything?" Fan Tianlei glanced at Xiaoyang with contempt in his eyes. He then looked at Fan Shouwang respectfully and said, "Xiaoyang, I gave you this room because of Qin Pingan and Qin Xiaoya. Since Mr. Fan wants this room, you can give it to him. He won't treat you badly anyway. You can choose any magic weapon or elixir you want." Chapter 1204. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun were enraged. It turned out that Fan Tianlei was in cahoots with Fan Shouwang. As the steward of the airship, not only did he not uphold fairness and justice, he even helped Fan Shouwang bully others. This was simply intolerable. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes. There was one more person on his must-kill list. Towards this kind of person who climbed the social ladder, trampled on the rules of fairness, and didn't abide by his duties. Killing him would be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, preventing him from harming more people. Fan Tianlei didn't know that the god of death was so close to him. He was still unperturbed. Facing Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun, he said, "I say ladies following young Master Fan won't be without benefits. You'll have all the cultivation resources you want. Why follow such a poor kid?" Xiaoyang chuckled. He looked at Fan Tianlei playfully and asked, "Fan Tianlei, right? When people come to steal my room, you ask me to send them out. When people come to steal my people, are you going to ask me to send them out as well?" Fan Tianlei was shameless. He smiled and said, "Xiaoyang, if you can think like that, then it's great. After all, you'll naturally get a corresponding return if you contribute something." Then he looked at Fan Shouwang and said, "Young Master Fan, don't you think so?" Fan Shouwang chuckled and proudly raised his head. He said proudly, "That's right." Then he took out several low-grade, earth-level magic treasures. He used his cultivation to support these magic treasures and made them float in the air. He said indifferently, "Xiaoyang, send them out of the room and these magic treasures are yours." Then he took out 2 mid-grade, earth-level magic treasures. He looked at Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun and said, "Ladies, if you're willing to follow me, these 2 mid-grade, earth-level magic treasures are yours." Fan Tianlei's eyes were filled with envy. These were earth-level magic treasures. He couldn't get it even if he wanted it. The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth curled up. Before he killed them, he didn't mind humiliating them. He directly took out the time compass and used his cultivation to support this Dharma treasure, causing it to float in midair. Fan Tianlei, Fan Shouang, and the others' eyes lit up. Then, greed and desire appeared in the depths of their eyes. They could tell at a glance that this was a heaven-grade Dharma treasure. Even on planet Suzaku, there weren't many heaven-grade treasures, much less planet dark underworld. Despite Fan Shouang's noble status, he didn't even have a heaven-grade magic treasure. He only had a quasi-heaven-grade magic treasure. From this, it could be seen how rare a heaven-grade magic treasure was. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to have one. Originally, Fan Shouang wanted to use a few low-grade, earth-grade magic treasures to get rid of Xiaoyang. However, when he saw this heaven-grade magic treasure, he immediately changed his mind. His eyes revealed a fierce glint, and his killing intent was brewing. He wanted to kill Xiaoyang, seize the treasure, and silence him. After all, this kind of thing happened from time to time in the dark underworld realm. As long as he did it cleanly, and with his grandfather's protection, no one could find trouble with him. Xiaoyang looked at their dumbfounded expressions and smiled. He thought about it and felt that it wasn't exciting enough, so he took out another heaven-grade magic treasure. It was the desert spear. Hiss! Seeing the two heaven-grade magic treasures floating before them, Fan Shouang, Fan Tianlei, and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with desire. If it weren't for the fact that they were still rational, they wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to snatch it. Xiaoyang looked at their expressions and felt that it wasn't enough. He sneered and took out two more heaven-grade magic treasures. They were the Axe of Fate and Captive Phoenix. Damn! Hiss! Fan Tianlei and Fan Shouang were about to go crazy. Their expressions were ferocious, and their eyes were filled with greed. 4 heaven-grade magic treasures. They couldn't take it. How about they snatch it? They only had a trace of rationality left. 90% of their rationality had been taken over by greed and desire. Only the heavens knew where this Xiaoyang came from. He actually had so many magic treasures. It was simply shocking and unbelievable. Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun looked on coldly. Seeing Fan Tianlei and Fan Shouang's expressions, they secretly despised them. They wanted to use magic treasures to attract them with this little bit of knowledge and breadth of mind. This was simply asking for humiliation. Xiaoyang grinned and took out another heaven-grade magic treasure. It was the mountain river map. These heaven-grade magic treasures floated quietly in the air before their eyes. Fan Tianlei and Fan Shouang couldn't hold it in anymore. They had lost all rationality, and their minds were completely occupied by greed. Fan Shouang ordered and shouted, "All of you, go and snatch these heaven-grade magic treasures for me. Anyone who blocks me will die." His followers and subordinates couldn't hold it in any more after seeing these heaven-grade magic treasures. After hearing the order, they immediately rushed up while shouting. They used their martial skills while controlling the magic treasures. Some of them also used talisman techniques to release rays of light, trying to snatch these heaven-grade magic treasures. Xiaoyang waved his hand and drew a circle. This circle was like a light shield emitting a yellow light. No matter how crazy these people were, no matter how they erupted with their cultivation, they couldn't do anything to them. The commotion here had attracted a lot of people. One of them was Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan cared the most about Xiaoyang. This wasn't just as simple as Xiaoyang being his benefactor. When Xiaoyang had refined pills for him, he had also displayed astonishing alchemy skills. Such a top-notch talent should be valued. After putting down the matters at hand, he wanted to visit Xiaoyang. However, he was delayed by other matters because Go Zi gave him new information about Princess Xiaoman and Princess Xiaolian. Unexpectedly, during this delay, there was a huge commotion coming from Xiaoyang's side. The aura of cultivation was rampant, and killing intent soared into the sky. This made Chen Pingin's expression change drastically. He was worried that Xiaoyang would be hurt. He couldn't care too much. He immediately ordered, "Go Z, go call people over. Go to Alchemist Xiao. I'll go first." Chen Pingan immediately activated his cultivation and flew quickly to Xiaoyang's room. Go Z also knew the seriousness of the matter. He frowned and immediately went to call people. Xiaoyang not only saved Chen Pingan, but also saved the lives of others. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang risking his life to save them, they would probably have died on the battlefield. He believed that many of his companions would be willing to help. After Chen Pingan arrived at Xiaoyang's room, he immediately saw more than a dozen people attacking Xiaoyang and the others crazily. He couldn't help but be furious. His expression was ferocious. He clenched his fists and roared, "Fan Shouwang, King hit my people. You're courting death." Chen Pingan recognized Fan Shouwang at a glance. They were all in the same circle, and they were all the direct descendants of the 6 ministers. They had interacted many times. Chapter 1205. After he let out a roar, he immediately unleashed his shocking cultivation and performed a shocking martial skill. Martial skill light condensed and slashed towards Fan Shouwang. At the same time, Go Z and the others also arrived one after another. After seeing the scene in front of them, they were all furious and performed powerful martial skills to kill with all their might. Fan Shouwang, Fan Tianlei, and the others instantly felt a great pressure. They slowed down their attacks on Xiaoyang and the other 2 and quickly retreated. At the same time, they also used their defensive techniques to block the attacks from Chen Pingan and the others. After they stopped, Chen Pingan and the others also stopped one after another. Fan Shouwang looked at Chen Pingan and frowned. "Chen Pingan, I didn't know he was your man." He seemed to have the intention to compromise. Chen Pingan said angrily, "If he's not my man, you can kill and humiliate him as you wish. This matter is not over. I will report it to the Minister of War." Then he looked at Xiaoyang and asked with concern, "Alchemist Xiao, are you all right?" Xiaoyang shook his head. With Fan Shouwang and the others, it was a joke if they wanted to hurt him. Chen Pingan's gaze fell on Lin Shiyun and Xiao Linger. He asked with concern, "Ladies, are you all right?" The 2 of them shook their heads. Xiao Linger said, "Young Master Chen, it seems that the environment in the imperial court is not very good. Do you think you can do whatever you want as the son of an official?" Chen Pingan's expression was a little awkward. He asked, "Miss, I don't know what happened. Can you tell me in detail?" "Don't worry. I, Chen Pingan, will definitely seek justice for you." Xiao Linger chuckled and said, "It's nothing more than this Fan Shouwang wanting to snatch people, rooms, and treasures. He wasn't strong enough alone, so he dragged the steward of the flying ship, Fan Tianlei. You just happened to bump into him." Chen Pingan's face was ashen. He hurriedly apologized. "I'm really sorry, Alchemist Xiao. Because of my negligence, you've been wronged." In fact, this matter could not be blamed on him, so Xiao Linger did not say anything. "Fan Shouwang, you're dead." Chen Pingan roared fiercely at Fan Shouwang. He was originally a cultured and refined person. Now that he had lost his composure to such an extent, it could be seen how angry he was. Fan Shouwang's expression was ugly as he remained silent. Although he could bully others and be arrogant and despotic, this was based on the fact that the Minister of War did not know about it. Even if the Minister of War found out about it, what was done could not be undone. In the end, the Minister of War would still be able to protect him. Now that this matter had been exposed by Chen Pingan, who was of equal standing, and he had yet to succeed, the Minister of War would probably beat him to death. If he had already snatched several heaven-grade magic treasures, then the Minister of War would definitely protect him to the death. After all, the merit of several heaven-grade magic treasures was too great, even greater than Chen Pingan's merit in killing enemies. However, There was no second chance in this world. A failure was a failure. Fan Tianlei's expression was also ugly. As the steward of the airship, he should love his job and be loyal to his post. However, not only did he not do so, he even destroyed this duty. This made his face even uglier. Fan Shouwang had the protection of the Minister of War's grandfather, but he did not have such a strong backer and background. If Fan Shouwang wanted to abandon the rook to protect the general, then Fan Tianlei would definitely die. What happened here had been witnessed by many people. At this moment, there were hundreds of onlookers. Their divine senses swept over from time to check the situation. Chun Pingan did not dawdle. He immediately recorded this incident and sent it out through a communication jade slip. The target was the Minister of War. Fan Shouwang shouted with an ugly expression, "Chun Pingan, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. How about letting me off this time?" Chun Pingan said angrily, "Not a chance. If it was something else, there might be room for negotiation." However, he had hurt Xiaoyang. This was something that Xiaoyang absolutely could not allow. Not long after the communication jade slip was sent out, he quickly received a reply. The reply jade slip said that the Minister of War would personally receive the airship. In addition, the Minister of Revenue also left a message that he would personally welcome Chun Pingan's meritorious subjects. Chun Pingan and the others' achievements in killing the enemy had already been reported to the imperial court. Therefore, Chun Pingan was now famous. Xiaoyang originally wanted to kill Fan Tianlei and Fan Shouwang directly. Now that Chun Pingan had interfered, this made him a little difficult. Should he kill them now or wait until he saw the two ministers? Therefore, he looked at Chun Pingan and asked, "Young Master Chin, are you planning to protect them?" Chun Pingan, Steward Chen, Go Zi, and the others were stunned for a moment. They looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chun Pingan was seeking justice for Xiaoyang. How could he protect Fan Shouwang? Chun Pingan pondered for a moment and immediately understood Xiaoyang's meaning. So Xiaoyang wanted to kill them directly, but because of his appearance, his plan was delayed. He immediately said, "Alchemist Xiao, I am also protecting you. If you kill them, the Minister of War will not let this matter rest. Moreover, my grandfather, the Minister of Revenue, may not help you with all his strength." When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. Fan Tianlei and Fan Shouwang looked at Xiaoyang in shock. They had always looked down on Xiaoyang and thought that Xiaoyang was easy to bully. They never thought that Xiaoyang wanted to kill them. Fan Shouwang laughed loudly and said mockingly, "Xiaoyang, you want to kill me?" Laughable, laughable. Even Chun Pingan would not dare to say such words. "Who do you think you are?" Fan Tianlei was not afraid at all. He was the steward of the flying ship. If he met someone like Chun Pingan, he would not dare to be presumptuous. However, if he met someone like Xiaoyang, he felt that he could easily make Xiaoyang suffer a fate worse than death. Fan Tianlei laughed and said, "Xiaoyang, you want to kill us?" Laughable, too laughable. "As the steward, I order you to get out of the flying ship. We will not do business with you." Chun Pingan's face immediately showed anger. He stared fiercely at Fan Tianlei. He said coldly, "Fan Tianlei, you are just a small steward. How dare you speak so arrogantly? It is the flying ship's fortune that my benefactor is here. You should first ask the captain if he agrees with your opinion." The captain of the flying ship, Captain Lu Jingfeng, originally did not want to cause trouble and just hid in a corner. Now that he was called out, he had no choice but to come out, because these two people were powerful existences that he could not afford to offend. One was the grandson of the Minister of Revenue, Chun Pingan, and the other was the grandson of the Minister of War, Fan Shouwang. It was all that damned Fan Tianlei's fault. He was just a mere steward. Why did he interfere? Now he was also involved. Lu Jingfeng's face was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. He walked out from the crowd and glared fiercely at Fan Tianlei. He then smiled and said, "Greetings to the two young masters." Chapter 1206. Fan Shouwang looked at Lu Zhengfeng proudly and asked, "Lu Zhengfeng, Captain Lu, you should be clear about the current situation. What do you think we should do?" Lu Zhengfeng looked hesitant. He looked at Fan Shouwang and Chen Pinggan and said awkwardly, "I think we should wait for the Minister of War and Minister of Revenue to make the decision. I don't dare to overstep my authority." In fact, this was within the scope of his responsibility. However, he didn't want to offend either side, so he wanted to distance himself. Chen Pinggan said angrily, "Lu Zhengfeng, someone like you doesn't deserve to be an official." The captain of the flying ship was also a minor official, but his rank was very low. He was only a 9th grade Sesame official. As a captain, he should uphold justice and maintain order on the flying ship. However, his cowardice was a disgrace to his status. Fan Shouwang was very proud. Lu Zhengfeng hadn't joined any side, which was very beneficial to him. Seeing Chen Pinggan dissing Lu Zhengfeng, he was immediately unhappy and shouted, "Chen Pinggan, he's giving you face, but I'm not giving you face. He's the captain, and whether he can be the captain or not is not up to you." Hearing this, Chen Pinggan couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at Xiaoyang and said calmly, "Alchemist Xiao, do as you wish. I'll bear any responsibility with you." Xiaoyang blinked, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "Very good." Then his gaze fell on Fan Tianlei and announced, "Fan Tianlei, as the steward of the flying ship, not only did you not do your duty faithfully, you even helped the evildoer. You deserve to be killed." Then he raised his hand and waved casually. An unstoppable force of cultivation swept towards Fan Tianlei. Fan Tianlei wanted to laugh and ridicule Xiaoyang because he looked down on Xiaoyang. However, before he could laugh, he said halfway, "Trash like you, if it wasn't for Chen Pinggan protecting you, you would have been dead. You dare to touch me, you." Before he could finish his sentence, he was stuck. Then his eyes widened in an instant. His eyes were filled with infinite horror. A strong sense of death instantly surged from his heart, causing him to turn pale with fright. He couldn't believe that Xiaoyang's cultivation was so high. He didn't have the time to regret or feel vexed before his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. Ah, whoosh! Many of the onlookers screamed and went into an uproar. The scene was noisy and chaotic. It turned out that Xiaoyang was the main character, and Chen Pinggan and Fan Shouwang were just supporting characters. Killing without a word of disagreement. Killing without any hesitation. Many people looked deeply at Xiaoyang, as if they wanted to imprint Xiaoyang's appearance in their minds. He couldn't afford to offend such a ruthless person. Fan Shouwang was startled, and so was Captain Lu Zhengfeng. No matter what, Fan Tianlei was the manager of the airship and someone with status. His status was recognized by the officials of Suzuku. Yet Xiaoyang killed him just like that. Wasn't this too disrespectful to the officials of Suzuku? It has to be said that Xiaoyang was too bold. "Xiaoyang, how dare you kill someone from the imperial court? You're dead. Let me tell you, when we reach Suzuku, it'll be your death." Fan Shouwang was furious and directly roared at Xiaoyang. Originally, he was the one in the wrong, but after what happened, he could use offense as defense. He might even be able to protect himself. Xiaoyang's eyes were filled with disdain. He looked at Fan Shouwang and calmly said, "Fan Shouwang, you bullied others and tried to steal their treasures. This is a heinous crime and you deserve to die." After he finished speaking, he activated his cultivation again and threw a palm at Fan Shouwang. "Haha, you want to kill me? Let me tell you, don't even think about it." Fan Shouwang was very proud and laughed arrogantly. Following that, he felt a terrifying cultivation crushing down on his body. His body started to lose control, and even his own cultivation couldn't be controlled. The crushing force became stronger and stronger, and in the end his face turned red and blood flowed out of his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood that Xiaoyang was a terrifying existence that he couldn't afford to offend. Xiaoyang was so strong, and he had misjudged him. If he had known that Xiaoyang was so powerful, he wouldn't have offended Xiaoyang even if he was beaten to death. Now he had no room for regret. He could only look at Xiaoyang in horror. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't even speak. Bang! An explosion sounded. The grandson of the Minister of War, Fan Shouwang, exploded into a cloud of blood. The crowd was in an uproar again. They were all very afraid of Xiaoyang. They didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so bold that he even dared to kill Fan Shouwang. Captain Lu Jingfeng was scared out of his wits. This Xiaoyang was really ruthless. If he wanted to kill, he would kill without any hesitation. He was a little panicked, because he was opportunistic and only cared for his own safety. He didn't think about his duty despite being in an important position. It was equivalent to indirectly allowing evil people to do as they pleased. This was a kind of connivance. If he could be loyal to his duty and maintain order on the airship, he would definitely be spared. Xiaoyang's gaze fell on Lu Jingfeng. He said indifferently, "Lu Jingfeng, as the captain, you let Fan Shouwang do evil and connived at him breaking the rules. What right do you have to sit in this position with your inaction and opportunism?" Lu Jingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "I'll take the blame immediately." He took out his identity token and documents and placed them in the air. Then he turned and left the airship. None of the onlookers condemned Xiaoyang. They all thought that Xiaoyang had done the right thing by punishing evil. No one sympathized with Fan Tianlei, Fan Shouwang, or Lu Jingfeng. They all deserved it. After Xiaoyang dealt with this matter, he returned to his room to rest. Everyone else left. Chen Pinggan could only smile bitterly. Xiaoyang was happy, but he had to clean up the mess he had caused. The grandson of the Minister of War had been killed. It would be strange if the Minister of War and the Fan family let this go. Chen Pinggan had no choice but to report this matter to his grandfather, the Minister of Revenue. After the Minister of Revenue, Chen Guopan, heard the news, his expression became serious. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the Minister of War. The Minister of War, Fan Jin, also seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed. He had a bad feeling in his heart and felt uneasy. Not long after, the airship arrived at the port of planet Suzuku. Many passengers disembarked one after another and left the place. Chen Pinggan, housekeeper Chen, Xiaoyang, and the others disembarked. From afar, Chen Ping, and loudly called out to Chen Guopan, "Grandpa," and then jogged over. His face was brimming with excitement. This time, after leaving the Qin clan, he had obtained some battlefield merits. It could be said that he could finally raise his head and puff his chest out. Qin Guopan was also very happy to see his only grandson safe and sound. A smile appeared on his kind face. Chapter 1207. Qin Pinggan hesitated. After thinking for a while, he truthfully said, "Your son has already been killed." What? Fan Jin couldn't believe his ears. He thought he had misheard. His expression changed greatly as he looked at Chen Pinggan in disbelief. As the Minister of War, he was in charge of all the military forces in the world. Who dared to harm his grandson? In the past, it wasn't that his grandson hadn't been arrogant and despotic on planet Suzuku, but no one dared to harm him, much less kill him. This was already the case on planet Suzuku, where the big shots gathered, let alone on a flying ship. He was simply burning with anger, unable to restrain his anger. No matter who it was, he swore to skin them alive and make them wish they were dead. If anyone dared to touch his grandson, then they were not taking him seriously. This was a challenge to his authority. His eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with anger, and his face was ashen. He looked like he was about to devour someone. His expression was ferocious as he shouted furiously, "Who killed him?" Chen Pinggan subconsciously glanced at Xiaoyang, then quickly withdrew his gaze. Even though this movement was very subtle, it was still seen by the Minister of War, Fan Jin, who had great insight. Chen Pinggan calmly said, Alchemist Xiao, and I killed him. He could have cut off all responsibility for this matter, but he wasn't willing to let Xiaoyang bear the responsibility alone, so he insisted on dragging himself into this matter. For the responsible Chen Pinggan, the reason why Xiaoyang killed someone in a fit of rage had a lot to do with him. If he hadn't arranged for Xiaoyang and the other two to stay in that room, perhaps none of this would have happened. Moreover, he cherished his friendship with Xiaoyang and hoped that they could cross paths. Therefore, he was willing to bear the consequences of this murder with Xiaoyang. "How dare you!" Fan Jin couldn't help but roar. His eyes were wide open, and his official's robe fluttered. His cultivation erupted in an instant. It was clear to see how furious he was. He grabbed Qin Pinggan with one hand and roared, "Why did you kill my grandson, Fan Shouwang? Since you killed him, you have to pay with your lives." After Fan Jin grabbed Qin Pinggan with one hand, her gaze shifted to Xiaoyang. She grabbed Xiaoyang with one hand, and at the same time, a majestic suction force erupted and engulfed Xiaoyang. He intended to kill Qin Pinggan and Xiaoyang on the spot. The Minister of War was just that domineering and willful. Xiaoyang let out a cold snort. His body trembled, and an invisible shock wave swept out, instantly neutralizing the suction force. This made Fan Jin a little surprised. She really didn't expect such a young kid to have such profound cultivation strength. After all, as the Minister of War, his cultivation had already reached the level of King Wu. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to convince the masses. Originally, he thought that Xiaoyang would be easy to deal with. He did not expect that Xiaoyang would be able to dodge his King Wu's attack. It was truly inconceivable. Although he was a little surprised, the outcome was still obvious. No matter how outstanding Xiaoyang was, no matter how much of a genius he would definitely defeat Xiaoyang. There was no doubt about that. "Kid, you have some skills, but do you think that you can act so recklessly? Let me tell you, no way." Once again, he unleashed his King Wu's cultivation strength, wanting to capture Xiaoyang. However, at this moment, Chen Guopan, who was standing at the side, suddenly made his move. He unleashed his half-step King Wu's cultivation strength and instantly attacked the Minister of War. The moment Fan Jin dodged, he immediately rescued Chen Pinggan. Chen Guopan's face darkened as he stared at Fan Jin with an unfriendly expression and said with dissatisfaction, "Fan Jin, how dare you capture this old man's grandson in front of this old man? Have you asked this old man's permission?" As the Minister of Revenue, he had never been afraid of Fan Jin. The two of them had interacted many times and knew each other very well. Even if his cultivation strength was not as good as Fan Jin's, Qin Guopan was not necessarily afraid of him. He did not make a move just now because he was not confident that he could rescue Qin Pinggan safely. If he angered the other party, and the other party ruthlessly killed him, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, when Fan Jin was looking for trouble with Xiaoyang and he was distracted, Qin Guopan decisively made his move. As a matter of fact, his deduction was very accurate, and he succeeded immediately. Fan Jin was even more furious. Looking at his empty hands, he glared at Qin Guopan with hatred in his eyes. "Qin Guopan, I have been giving in to you before. Now, you want to take a mile after taking an inch? Let me tell you, if I don't give you face, you are not even worth a fart." Fan Jin's aura locked onto Chen Guopan, and he looked like he was going to attack at any time. The two ministers fell out just like that. Chen Guopan coldly snorted and pushed away the responsibility for Qin Pinggan. He loudly said, "Fan Jin, are you blind? How could my grandson, Chen Pinggan, do something like killing Fan Shouwang? You believe whatever he says? Are you a pile of shit? You mean to say that this matter was only done by alchemist Xiao?" Fan Jin slowly calmed down. He narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Words are no proof. There must be evidence. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan will not be able to avoid disaster." Chen Pinggan anxiously looked at Xiaoyang, his face full of worry. He said firmly, "This matter is completely between alchemist Xiao and me. How could alchemist Xiao kill Fan Shouang alone? He swore to stand on the same side as Xiaoyang. Bastard, shut up. You little bastard, do you want to kill the entire Qin family? Chen Guopan angrily roared at Chen Pingan, although he did not know why Qin Pingan was so protective of Xiaoyang. In his opinion, Xiaoyang was so young. Even if he had some alchemy skills, he was at most a third-rate alchemist. A third-rate alchemist was not enough to enter his eyes. Therefore, he would not risk offending the Minister of War to help Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang naturally knew Qin Pingan's good intentions. He also knew Qin Guopan's thoughts. He calmly looked at the Minister of War and said indifferently, Fan Jin, right? Fan Shouang was killed by me alone. In addition, there was also a steward of the flying ship with the surname Fan. I just don't know if it has anything to do with your Fan family. Good, very good. What an arrogant brat. I haven't seen such an arrogant person in a long time. Fan Jin was burning with anger. He directly attacked Xiaoyang while roaring, If that's the case, then I'll kill you first, so that you can be buried with my dead grandson. He once again displayed King Wu's cultivation level and used a killing move to kill Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. He also exploded with King Wu's strength and used an earth-grade martial skill to counterattack. The two figures instantly collided with each other. The light condensed from their divine abilities, and the phantom of Mount Tai collided with each other in different ways, causing a huge commotion. Chapter 1208. Chen Guopan saw the battle between the two and was shocked. He didn't think Xiaoyang would be so powerful. He had King Wu's cultivation at such a young age. No wonder Qin Pingan thought so highly of him. Chen Guopan felt a bit of regret and frowned. If he hadn't abandoned Xiaoyang, would he have had a chance to recruit Xiaoyang? After hearing the commotion, all the big shots on planet Saku rushed over. Little Yen and Little Man also came. Little Yen was the first to find out about Xiaoyang and told Little Man about it. Little Man was excited for a long time before deciding to come and greet Xiaoyang personally. She had not seen Xiaoyang for a very long time. It had been 3 whole years. No one knew how Xiaoman had spent the past 3 years. She had always held on to her longing for Xiaoyang and worked hard to cultivate. It could be said that her only wish was to see Xiaoyang. How could she not be excited after finding out that Xiaoyang had broken through the barrier? When they arrived at the dock, they immediately saw several familiar figures. They were the Minister of War and the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of War, Fan Jin, was trying to kill Xiaoyang. She couldn't believe it and was furious. She immediately activated her cultivation and flew over. She floated in the air and unleashed the power of Wu Zun's 9th rank cultivation. She used the Heavenly Maiden Scatter Blossoms technique, causing the sky to be filled with flowers. These flowers were very beautiful, but at the same time, they were filled with cold, killing intent. These flowers were pointing toward the Minister of War, Fan Jin. All the big shots who had come to watch were dumbfounded when they saw this. They really didn't understand why Princess Xiaoman would attack the Minister of War. The Minister of War was one of the big shots of the imperial court. Even if he killed 1 or 2 innocent people, the imperial court wouldn't pursue the matter. It wasn't like the Minister of War hadn't done this before. After all, he was in charge of all the military forces. The one who was most shocked was Qin Guopan. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between Princess Xiaoman and Xiaoyang was not ordinary. He regretted it even more. Chen Pingan was also dumbfounded. He really didn't think that Princess Xiaomang would stand up for Xiaoyang. Just who was this Xiaoyang? Fan Jin, stop right there. Xiaomang scolded Fan Jin with a cold face. When Fan Jin saw that the 2 princesses had arrived, as well as the other important figures of the royal court, she thought for a moment, then snorted coldly and stopped. Brat, just you wait. This isn't over yet. Fan Jin glared at Xiaoyang. In any case, he had countless soldiers and horses. There were many things that he didn't need to do personally. He just needed to give orders. Xiaoman, you're here. Xiao Yang smiled when he saw a familiar figure in the air. Xiao Man had become even more beautiful after 3 years. Young master. Xiao Man's heart skipped a beat, and her nose felt a little sour. She landed directly in front of Xiao Yang and cried tears of joy. Young master, you've finally come to find me. Her eyes were moist, as if she had suffered a lot in the past 3 years. Yes, I've come to find you. I've made you suffer in the past 3 years. Xiao Man, it's only been 3 years, but your cultivation has improved rapidly and you've become even more beautiful. Xiao Yang chuckled and teased her. Xiao Man's face turned red. She lowered her head and pinched the corner of her dress. Hey, Xiao Yang, do you only have eyes for my sister, Xiao Man? Smiley Face, who was standing not far away, pouted his lips unhappily. Back on the dark underworld planet, Xiao Man had already found traces of Xiao Yang. However, she hadn't seen Xiao Yang in person. Later, Xiao Yang went directly to planet Azure Dragon, causing them to lose contact. It wasn't until Xiao Yang came to planet Suzuku from planet Dark Underworld that Xiao Lian caught sight of Xiao Yang again. Xiao Yang smiled awkwardly. He looked at Xiao Lian and said, Xiao Lian, you've grown up. Let me give you a greeting gift. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yang took out a high-grade earth rank martial art from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian was so happy that she started to bubble. This is a high-grade earth rank martial art? My God, our planet, Suzaku, also has a few high-grade earth rank martial arts. Xiao Lian immediately accepted it and said, That's more like it. When Chan Guopan saw this, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He really didn't expect Xiao Yang to have such a good relationship with the two princesses. He also didn't expect Xiao Yang to casually throw out a high-grade earth rank martial art. He also didn't expect Xiao Yang to be at the Kingwu realm. If such a peerless expert could be on good terms with the Chen family, then the Chen family status would definitely rise. However, he had missed such a great opportunity. His gaze shifted and he noticed Chen Pingan. Previously, Chen Pingan had risked his life to protect Xiao Yang. Presumably, their relationship was not ordinary. Qin Guopan thought for a while and said to Qin Pingan, Pingan, Alchemist Xiao is someone you can make friends with. I'll be at ease if you make friends with him. Qin Pingan curled his lips and sneered, Grandpa, you didn't say that before. You looked as if you couldn't wait to cut off all ties with him. Actually, I also didn't expect Alchemist Xiao to know the two princesses. He smiled bitterly. Now that Xiao Yang knew the two princesses, how could he still be interested in him? Rights Minister Ru Li walked up and advised Xiao Man, Eldest princess, who is this person? You're the eldest princess of the imperial court. Your status is noble and your status is honorable. You mustn't lose your dignity like this. Ru Li didn't know Xiao Yang well and only thought that Xiao Yang was a commoner. The difference between a princess and a commoner was like heaven and earth. It was basically impossible for a princess to make friends with a commoner. Moreover, Xiao Meng's eldest princess even called Xiao Yang young master. One had to know that Princess Xiao Man represented the face of the imperial court. As a princess, it was the imperial court that would lose face if she became someone's servant. Therefore, Rights Minister Ru Li couldn't stand it. Xiao Man glared at him and said, I like this. I don't want to be your princess anyway. Xiao Yang is my young master. He came all the way from the drifting cloud boundary to find me. He must have suffered a lot for such a long journey. What's wrong with calling him young master? Moreover, he's been my young master for many years. Xiao Yang patted Xiao Man's head dotingly. He thought for a while and said, Xiao Man, you're also the eldest princess. You should respect your status. Call me young master when there's no one around. You can be more dignified when there are people around. I don't want to. Lil, Man didn't even think about it and immediately rejected it. Ru Li was so angry that he couldn't do anything about it. Xiao Lian looked at Fan Jin and asked sternly, Minister of War, you're a high official of the imperial court. Why are you killing commoners? Everyone's gaze also landed on Minister of War Fan Jin. Fan Jin snorted coldly. His expression was ugly, and his eyes burned with anger. Chapter 1209. He glared fiercely at Xiaoyang, saying, This brat killed my grandson, Fan Shouwang. Tell me, should I not be angry? I heard Qin Pingan say that he had a part to play in this matter. Who knows if this was ordered by the Minister of Revenue? This directly reached the political level. The height of the topic instantly increased countless times, evolving into a battle between factions. Chen Guopan had learned to be smart. If Xiaoyang was just a poor beggar, he would definitely abandon him without hesitation. But now, Xiaoyang's performance was enough to prove that he had the qualifications to be on equal footing with the Minister of Revenue. Chen Guopan hurriedly said, First princess, second princess, I am innocent. I never had the intention to kill. As for why Chen Pingan and alchemist Xiao killed Fan Shouwang, this matter still needs to be investigated. I think it is better to hand it over to the Supreme Court. The Minister of War, Fan Jin, was immediately angry. He swept a glance at the Minister of Revenue, Chen Guopan, and snorted coldly, his face ashen, saying, Alchemist Xiao and Chen Pingan killed my grandson, Fan Shouwang. There is no need to investigate further. Besides, who doesn't know that the Supreme Court is your disciple? Handing it over to the Supreme Court is not a good idea. I think there is no need to hand it over to the Supreme Court. Just directly deal with the two murderers, Chen Pingan and alchemist Xiao, and this matter will be over. Xiaolian calmly looked at Xiaoyang, asking, Xiaoyang, did you really kill Fan Shouwang? Xiaoyang did not hide, replying, Yes, I killed him alone, and there was also a steward of the flying ship, surnamed Fan. Qin Pingan was unwilling to let Xiaoyang bear the responsibility alone, and also shouted, Me too! Fan Jin snorted coldly, his eyes wide with anger, saying, First princess, second princess, did you see that? They admitted it themselves. I did not wrongly accuse them. Xiaoman had always trusted Xiaoyang. Even if Xiaoyang killed someone, it was not Xiaoyang's fault. She scolded and said to Fan Jin, Minister of War, I think you know better than I do what kind of person Fan Shouwang is. It is his good fortune that he was chosen by my young master. It will save him from bringing disaster to the entire Fan family. His favoritism was unreasonable and difficult to convince the masses. As the eldest princess, she should pay attention to the evidence and judge who was right and who was wrong based on the evidence. She could not be biased toward Xiaoyang just because she was on good terms with Xiaoyang. This made everyone feel uncomfortable and embarrassed, because this favoritism was a little too obvious. Fan Jin hurriedly pretended to be greatly wronged and said with a sobbing tone, Eldest princess, this old official's grandson has indeed gone overboard, but his crime does not warrant death. Xiaoyang laughed. Is that so? I think you don't know your grandson at all. Xiaoling stood up and said, Originally, we were resting in the sky room of the airship. In the end, Fan Shouwang took advantage of his power to bully us. He threatened to take our room and wanted to drive Big Brother Xiao out. Big Brother Xiao didn't listen to him. In the end, he revealed his foxtail and asked the manager of the airship to come and help him. In addition, he especially asked my great-grandmother to stay and let us follow him. He even took out several trashy artifacts to tempt us. If that was all, it would be fine. The problem was that Brother Xiaoyang was so angry that he took out 5 or 6 heaven-level magic treasures. As a result, Fan Shouwang wanted to kill him and steal the treasures. He also wanted to snatch us 2 weak women. Brother Xiao was so angry that he killed Fan Shouwang. Xiao Linger said it as if she was crying and complaining, which made people who heard it cry. Lin Shiyun also lowered her head, looking as if she could not bear to look back on the past. It was as if she was still brooding about what had happened before and could not let it go. It was as if what had happened before had given them an irrecoverable wound. Fan Jin suddenly felt uncomfortable. He was still clear about Fan Shouang's virtue. His family had covered up many of his scandals and wiped his ass for him many times. Unexpectedly, he still did not make any progress. Originally, he thought that after throwing him to Dark Underworld Star and letting him gain more experience, he would grow up. However, he did not expect that he would meet Xiaoyang, this iron plate. He fell and paid with his life. Second princess, please make a decision for this old servant. Minister of War Fan Jin knew that eldest princess Xiao Man had a good relationship with Xiaoyang, to the extent of favoritism, so he simply pinned his hopes on second princess Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian frowned her beautiful brows and said lightly, "This matter still needs to be investigated clearly. If Fan Shouang is really as this woman said, then Fan Shouang really deserved to die. If Fan Shouang was wronged, then punish Xiaoyang severely and clear Fan Shouang's name. Minister of War, what do you think?" Fan Jin's eyes flashed with a sharp light. No one knew what he was thinking. He had lived for most of his life. Of course, he knew that Xiao Lian was also on Xiaoyang's side. If he quarreled with them now, he would not gain any benefits. He simply gave in for the time being. He bowed to the two princesses and said, "This old servant will listen to the arrangements of eldest princess and second princess." Xiao Lian nodded and looked at Xiaoyang. She said, "Xiaoyang, you are now under house arrest. Do you accept it? Regardless of whether you are wrong or not. Even if you are not, you are now a suspect. So please cooperate with our investigation. Before the truth comes to light, you must stay by our side. You can't be more than 10 feet away from us, lest you escape." She intended to use public power for personal gain. In the name of righteousness, she wanted Xiaoyang to stay by her side. However, she could not refute it. Xiao Lian looked at Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun again and said lightly, "These two victims, please stay in Spring Courtyard for the time being. Your words have yet to be confirmed. We are willing to listen to the arrangements of Princess." Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun readily agreed to Xiao Lian's request. In any case, they had already arrived at planet Suzaku and met Xiao Man. What happened next did not matter. Xiaoyang said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to worry about it." After this matter was settled, everyone left one after another. "Young master, come back to the palace with me. Xiao Man hasn't seen you in a long time." "I'm a little," Xiao Man begged Xiaoyang. There were some things that she could not say because she was a reserved girl. Looking at her lowered head, blushing and bashful appearance, he knew what she wanted to express. Xiaoyang nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, I can accompany Xiao Man." Xiao Man was secretly delighted. Xiaoyang's group of 3 stayed in Spring Courtyard in the palace. Xiao Man stayed in this courtyard almost all the time and did not leave Xiaoyang's side for even a moment. Xiao Lian had also come to Spring Courtyard many times to persuade Xiao Man to pay attention to the status and image of the eldest princess. However, Xiao Man did not listen and could not be persuaded at all. In Xiao Man's opinion, nothing was as important as Xiaoyang. In the living room, Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun were drinking tea. However, Xiao Linger had a sullen expression on her face. It was very simple. Ever since Xiao Linger and Xiaoyang had come to the firmament realm together, Xiaoyang had been hers alone. Now that Xiao Man had appeared, it seemed like Xiao Man had stolen Xiaoyang away. Chapter 12:10. Lin Shiyun glanced at Xiao Linger and teased, "Io, Linger, look at how jealous you are. I say, why don't you go and deliver some tea as well?" Xiao Linger pursed her lips and said, "I don't want to. It's not good to disturb them. They haven't seen each other in so long." Then she got up and left the living room. "I'm going back to my room to cultivate." After returning to her room, she was still feeling uneasy, let alone cultivate. Her mind was filled with images of Xiaoyang and how excited Xiaoyang was when he met Xiao Meng. She couldn't help but feel inferior. If she followed Xiaoyang and was ranked according to her status, She could only be Xiao Mang. Xiao Mang was the eldest princess of planet Vermilion Bird. She was very angry. She pinched the corner of her dress and muttered to herself as she sighed. As far as she knew, Xiaoyang still had a few lovers in the Jigo sect. They were Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian. What a womanizer! Xiaoling, or crushed the teacup, feeling indignant. Night fell. Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Xiaoyang, who was sitting on a stone bench and drinking tea, tried to persuade Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng, that's enough. You should go back to bed. Don't make Xiao Lian too worried. On the surface, Xiaoyang was under house arrest. As the eldest princess, how could Xiao Meng stay by Xiaoyang's side all the time? This would cause the entire imperial court to criticize her. Okay, then I'll go back first. I'll come find you tomorrow. Xiao Meng was a bit reluctant. Ever since she saw Xiaoyang, she wanted nothing more than to stay by Xiaoyang's side 24/7. After Xiao Man left, Xiaolian came to find Xiaoyang again. Little Yan said, Xiaoyang, everyone on planet Suzaku is talking about you. From the high-ranking officials of the imperial court to the lowly peddlers, everyone knows about your matter. I believe that Imperial Father and Imperial Mother will soon summon you. In addition, although the matter of you killing Fan Shuang has been suppressed and delayed, Minister of War Fan Jin will not let this matter go. I also know that Fan Shuang deserves to be killed, but I can't openly express my opinion. I hope you can understand. Xiao Yang nodded, understanding Xiaolian's difficulties. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After seeing Xiaolian off, someone came to visit. It was Guzi. Xiao Yang naturally remembered him. Back then, when he applied for Chun Pingan's recruitment, Xiao Yang had even helped him. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, he probably wouldn't be able to see Chen Pingan for the rest of his life. Before Xiao Yang went, Go Zi had already queued for 2 days and 2 nights. Big brother Xiao. When Go Zi saw Xiaoyang, he shouted shyly and felt a little embarrassed. At the beginning, they had agreed to work together with Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan was also an influential person and had a minister of revenue as his grandfather. Being able to follow Chun Pingan could be considered as an outstanding person. But who would have thought that Xiaoyang actually knew a higher level Thai and had a good relationship with the 2 princesses, Xiaolian and Xiaolian? This made Go Zi feel a little inferior. Go Zi, why are you here? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Come in and sit inside first. Xiaoyang didn't put on an arrogant look and was still very amiable. Go! Zi let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Big brother Xiaoyang, I really didn't expect you to know the 2 princesses and be friends with me. It's like this. Chan Xiaoye wants to visit you, but he is afraid of disturbing you, so he asked you to come first. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, If you want to come, just come directly. You don't have to do this. Really. He thought about it and said, Forget it. I will go to the Qin mansion with you. Otherwise, people will say that I am holding on to someone powerful and putting on airs. Go Zi smiled bitterly and said, How can that be? Logically speaking, Qin Xiaoye should be the one to visit you. Whether it was Xiaoyang's identity, Xiaoyang's cultivation realm, or Xiaoyang's alchemy ability, they were all existences that people looked up to. He went to visit Chen Pingan personally, so it could be seen that he didn't see Chen Pingan clearly. Xiaoyang said, Why not? Previously, Chen Pingan insisted on shouldering this matter with me. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with him at all. Just based on this point, Chen Pingan is a person worth befriending. Go, Zi, if you work well with him, he won't treat you badly. Go Zi was grateful from the bottom of his heart and said, Brother Xiaoyang, being able to meet you and Qin Xiaoye is the greatest blessing in my life. Then, he pulled Xiaoyang to the side with a cautious look. He looked around, and when he saw that no one was around, he said softly, Brother Xiaoyang, according to the information I got, the situation is not good for you. It's like this. The Minister of War, Fan Jin, found the airship's captain, Lu Jingfeng, and asked him to change his words and slander you. In addition, I saw that the Minister of War, Fan Jin, has a close relationship with the White Tiger dynasty and King Wu dynasty. I am worried that he will use the two dynasties to put pressure on you. You have to be careful. Go! Z quickly finished the information and then returned to normal. Brother Xiaoyang, do you really want to go to the Qin mansion? I will lead the way for you. I believe that Qin Xiaoye will be very happy when he sees you. Go! Z smiled and led the way in front. The distance between the spring courtyard and the Qin mansion was not far. They arrived after walking for more than 10 minutes. There were servants standing guard at the door of the Qin mansion. When they saw Go Z, they did not stop him or ask him anything. Instead, they greeted him. Go! Z explained and directly led Xiaoyang into the Qin mansion. Chen Pinggan was practicing swordsmanship in the back garden. When he heard the noise, he knew that Go Z had returned. He smiled and shouted, Go Z, you are back. Come, take a look at my swordsmanship. Xiaoyang looked for a while and said lightly, This swordsmanship is very profound. It is a pity that you have not understood its principles. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Pinggan's expression froze. Then he suddenly turned around and looked at Xiaoyang. Alchemist Xiao, why did you come personally? I was thinking of visiting you personally. Chen Pinggan was very happy. He stopped practicing and walked toward Xiaoyang. According to Chen Pinggan's rule, he practiced for 2 hours every day. Even his grandfather, the Minister of Revenue, Chen Guopan, could not change this rule. Now that he had broken this rule for Xiaoyang, it showed how much he valued Xiaoyang. Go Z smiled and said, Young master, I wanted to help you make an appointment with Alchemist Xiao, but he came directly. So I brought him here. Chen Pinggan nodded, and his eyes were full of praise. Go Z hurriedly poured tea for the two of them and said with a smile, Big brother Xiaoyang, you don't know, but young master practices his sword for an hour every day at this time. No one can change his habit, and only you can make young master make an exception. Hearing this, Xiaoyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Chen Pinggan and said, Young master Qin, go practice. Coincidentally, I also know some swordsmanship. We can learn from each other. Chapter 12:11. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, I don't dare to spar. I'll accept your guidance. After drinking a mouthful of tea, he got up and walked to the spacious grassland to practice his swordsmanship. Xiaoyang looked at it for a while and pondered for a while. He knew that it was an ancient sword technique. It was a pity that this sword technique was incomplete. Coincidentally, Xiaoyang had the complete version. To be honest, this sword technique was ordinary in the ancient times. But now that sword techniques had withered, this sword technique was very rare. Looking at how a minister's family valued an incomplete sword technique so much, it could be seen how rare their sword techniques were. Chen Pinggan quickly finished practicing the sword technique. He ran over excitedly and asked Xiaoyang, How was it? How did I do? Go Z praised. Young master's sword technique is definitely top-notch. Chen Pinggan glared at Go Z and said, You only know how to flatter. Xiaoyang said, This incomplete sword technique is quite powerful. It's just that you haven't understood it, and there are flaws in it. Chen Pinggan's eyes lit up. An expert would know if there were flaws. If one wasn't proficient in sword techniques, they wouldn't be able to tell. At least Go Z couldn't tell. So Alchemist Xiao is also an expert in sword techniques. It's really unbelievable. Chen Pinggan exclaimed in admiration, because the impression that Xiaoyang gave him was that he was omnipotent. Xiaoyang said humbly, I'll give you a complete set of sword techniques. After saying that, he took out a blank jade slip from his storage ring. Then, based on the memory of his previous life, he recorded this set of sword techniques called Wind and Thunder. Okay. Xiaoyang handed the jade slip that recorded the Wind and Thunder sword technique to Chen Pinggan and said, Try practicing according to this set of sword techniques. Chen Pinggan was a little expectant and curious. He didn't know what kind of sword technique Xiaoyang would give him. One must know that even the incomplete sword technique that he was practicing now had cost the Chen clan 3 years of savings to purchase. Chun Pingan took it and looked at it. When he saw the detailed sword technique recorded inside, he was stunned for a moment. Then he was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that this was the complete version of the wind and thunder sword technique. He remembered it very quickly and said in shock, "Alchemist Xiao, you actually have the complete version of the wind and thunder sword technique? It's really incredible." Even the Qin clan didn't have the complete version of the wind and lightning sword technique. It was likely that the entire Songmin realm didn't have the complete version either. "Alchemist Xiao, who exactly are you?" Chun Pingan asked in shock. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "All right, don't look like that. Go and practice." Chun Pingan couldn't suppress the excitement and anticipation in his heart. He nodded and went back to practicing his swordsmanship. The swordsmanship that he displayed this time was obviously much more exquisite than the previous one. Moreover, there were many areas that he was originally unfamiliar with, but this time he was actually very familiar with them. Furthermore, the complete version of the swordsmanship was much more powerful than the incomplete version. Qin Pingan had only displayed half of the swordsmanship, but his sword intent had already condensed to a shocking level. If he displayed the complete version, the condensed sword intent would be even more shocking. Even Go Zi could clearly feel the improvement in Chun Pingan's swordsmanship. Not far away, the Minister of Revenue, Chun Guopan, was observing the situation. When he saw the changes in Chun Pingan's swordsmanship, he was greatly shocked. His mind was shaken, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He could tell that the swordsmanship that Chun Pingan was practicing was very different from the previous one. In general, this swordsmanship was more complete. Back then, in order to purchase this incomplete version of the swordsmanship, he had spent 3 years of the Qin clan's income and also used up a lot of his connections. He didn't expect that Xiao Yang would casually give away the complete version of the wind and thunder sword technique. One had to know that the complete version of the wind and thunder sword technique was much more valuable than the incomplete version. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Yang's wealth and accumulation of resources were extremely terrifying. He might even have the support of a terrifying force behind him. Chun Guopan was shocked, and he became even more determined to be on good terms with Xiao Yang. After making up his mind, he personally went out and took out the bejeweled nectar from the treasury. This was a type of spirit water that was expensive. After drinking it, one's cultivation would obviously increase. He didn't have much of this spirit water, but in order to entertain Xiao Yang, he decided to go all out. He held a big bottle of spirit water and smiled. He looked at Xiao Yang and said, "Young Master Xiao, it is my honor to have you here as a guest. This is the spirit water that I specially prepared to entertain you, so that you can have a taste. I am here as a guest. Sorry to disturb you." Xiao Yang got up and asked him to sit down. Chen Guopan smiled and said, "I just came up to deliver some tea, so I won't be sitting. You young people should interact more." After putting down the spirit water, he left. Xiao Yang said, "Since Minister Qin is so considerate, let's have a taste." He personally poured a cup of spirit water for Qin Pingan and also poured a cup for Go Zi. This made Go Zi feel flattered. In terms of status, Go Zi couldn't go up because he took the initiative to call Chun Pingan young master, so his status was like a servant. Of course, Xiao Yang didn't care about that. Similarly, Chun Pingan didn't care about that either. Chun Pingan treated him like a friend. After drinking a mouthful of spirit water, Xiao Yang instantly sensed that something was wrong with it. This was a really thick spirit water, and the spirit energy it contained was really thick. There weren't many spirit water of this level in the entire Flowing Cloud world and Songming world. Its value was comparable to the incomplete wind lightning sword technique. This Chen Guopan was really generous. However, one could see Chen Guopan's intentions. He wanted to be on good terms with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang naturally didn't reject Chen Guopan's offer. After Go Z drank a cup of spirit water. His cultivation broke through. From this, one could see how terrifying the spirit water was. After Z broke through, he was overjoyed. His eyes were filled with excitement as he praised, "This spirit water is really amazing." If it wasn't for Xiaoyang, he probably wouldn't be able to drink this spirit water in his lifetime. After all, even Qin Pingan couldn't drink too much of this spirit water. Now that he had benefited from Xiaoyang, Zi was extremely grateful. "Okay, look at how scared you are. If this gets out, you'll embarrass me." Xiaoyang glanced at Zi and scolded him. Zi quickly calmed himself down, but he still couldn't hide his excitement. After accompanying Qin Pingan for a few hours, Xiaoyang said goodbye and left. He was worried that Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun would be worried if he went back late. When he went back, he took the remaining spirit water with him. Anyway, it was Chen Guopan's goodwill, so it would be a waste if he didn't take it. Moreover, Xiaoyang also gave him the wind lightning sword technique. After returning to the spring courtyard, he saw Xiao Ling, and Lin Shiyun waiting for someone in the courtyard. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be somewhat anxious. They only relaxed after Xiaoyang appeared. Chapter 12:12. Are you waiting for me? I've made you worry. Xiaoyang was a little embarrassed and apologized. Xiao Linger blushed and said, "Who's waiting for you?" "I'm just strolling around with great-grandmother." She would not admit such a shameful thing. Xiaoyang smiled, then took out the spirit water he brought back from the storage ring and calmly said, "Here, this is a gift for you." "What is it?" Xiao Linger was a little happy, but she hid it very well. "Let me see." She reached out and took it, then opened the bottle cap and smelled it. Well, what a rich aura. Xiao Linger's eyes could not help but light up, and her heart jumped. If she could drink this spirit water, her cultivation would definitely have a breakthrough. "Great-grandmother, take a look." Xiao Linger handed the spirit water in her hand to Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun took a look and smelled it. Her eyes lit up, and she said, "It's really a good thing. Ling, this is suitable for you. Drink it." "I'm sorry." Xiao Linger was embarrassed. Of course, this was a good thing, but she did not want to take it alone. She also wanted to share it with Lin Shiyun. Looking at Lin Shiyun's meaning, she was going to give it all to her. Lin Shiyun smiled and said, "Ling, you have this filial piety. I'm already very satisfied. This thing is useless for people in our realm, but it's very useful for people in this realm." Xiao Linger was very happy, but she was also dubious. "Well, I'll drink it." Xiao Linger raised her head and drank the spirit water in the bottle, and then felt the uncontrollable operation of the cultivation in her body. It seemed that she was about to break through. Her eyes turned around, and she hurriedly found an empty place to sit down, and then she began to practice the Rising Sun City. She guided the spiritual energy through the Rising Sun City cultivation method, and the originally restless spiritual energy instantly helped her break through her current cultivation realm. She suddenly felt enlightened and enlightened. His cultivation base was also several times stronger than before. It was as though every breath he took contained some kind of great Tao principle. "Wow, so strong." Xiao Linger sighed. "Then I should quickly consolidate my cultivation base and take the opportunity to familiarize myself with the mana of this realm," Xiaoyang reminded. Xiao Linger nodded her head and nodded. Then she sank into her cultivation. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Linger cultivated for the entire night. Xiaoyang and Lin Shiyun also guarded her for the entire night. Dawn. Lil Man had come looking for him long ago. She didn't want to leave Xiaoyang for even a moment. She didn't want to allow Xiaoyang to disappear from her sight. "Young master." After Xiaoman entered the courtyard, she called out to Xiaoyang. Then she naturally came to Xiaoyang's side and held onto his arm. "Xiaomang, it's still early." Xiaoyang smiled and greeted her. Xiao Linger, who was still cultivating, couldn't help but snort jealously when she saw this scene. Then She got up and returned to her room. As the saying goes, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. She felt that it was better to go back and cultivate. Her current cultivation base wasn't even as high as Lil Man's, let alone her noble status. Even her friendship with Xiao Yang couldn't be compared to Lil Man's. Xiao Linger could only secretly encourage herself to cultivate well. She must walk at the front. One can't be at a disadvantage everywhere. At least, one has to have the upper hand in one place. After Lin Shiyun and Xiao Linger left, Lil Man said, "Young master, accompany me for a walk. Why don't we go to my palace to have a look? I've praised a lot of good things." Xiao Yang looked at Lil Man dotingly and said, "Okay." Lil Man happily left with Xiao Yang and went to the palace where she lived. After arriving at her palace, she took Xiao Yang to see her treasures. There were a lot of good things in her collection. Most of them were cultivation resources. There are all kinds of magic treasures, pills, cultivation methods, and talismans. There were also many good things from ancient times. Xiao Yang looked at them and praised them, making Lil Man very happy. After walking around the palace, Xiaolian hurried over and said, "Sister, Xiao Yang is still a suspect under house arrest. How can you bring him here? If people see him, they will definitely gossip. Especially the Minister of Rites, Confucian Etiquette. He has always claimed that it is Confucian etiquette. You are not being reasonable. Also, the Minister of War, Fan Jin, if he sees you like this, he will definitely cause trouble." Lil Man tilted her head and said, "Well, I'll go outside with young master." Xiaolian was speechless. She thought to herself, "You are a dignified princess. Is it really appropriate to spend all day with Xiao Yang, who is still a suspect?" However, Lil Man did not care so much. She took Xiao Yang and left. Xiaolian said helplessly, "Sister, father and mother want to see Xiao Yang in private. Why don't we take him to see them?" Lil Man glanced at Xiao Yang, wanting to hear Xiao Yang's opinion. Xiao Yang said, "It's up to you. You can choose whichever one you think is good." Lil Man blushed and said, "Then let's see them." After all, in the past 3 years, father and mother had cared for her a lot. She should see them for the sake of etiquette and filial piety. "I'll listen to you." Xiao Yang smiled and looked at Lil Man with doting eyes. Xiaolian could not stand this public display of affection. She shook her head and said, "Let's go. I'll take you there. It's in Yellow Crane Tower." The three of them went to Yellow Crane Tower. The area around Yellow Crane Tower had been cordoned off. In addition to the real common people, most of the high-level experts were from the Imperial Palace. They were stationed in various places to protect the Emperor and Empress at all times. The three of them soon arrived at Yellow Crane Tower. There were Imperial Palace guards at the door. Of course, these guards had changed their clothes and pretended to be waiters at Yellow Crane Tower. When they saw the two princesses, they directly let them in. Xiao Yang and the two of them went up to the second floor. When they reached the second floor, they saw the first and second leaders of planet Suzuku. Father, mother. When Xiaolian saw Zhu Qingquan and Lu Xiuling, she hurriedly went up to them, stood behind them, and massaged their shoulders. Lil Man also hurriedly greeted them, but she was not as cute and coquettish as Xiaolian. She stood in front of them with Xiao Yang. "Good, good, good. Xiaolian, Lil Man, you are so considerate." Zhu Qingquan looked at his two beloved daughters with a kind smile. Then he turned his gaze to Xiao Yang and said, "This is Xiao Yang, right? Lil Man, is he your boyfriend?" Lil Man's face became even redder. She nodded slightly and said, "He is my young master. He has been like this since we were in the drifting cloud realm." She did not admit that he was her boyfriend. She only recognized Xiao Yang as her young master. When she said that, Zhu Qingquan and Lu Xiuling's expressions became very ugly. Bastard. Chapter 12-13. Zhu Qingquan couldn't help but become angry, and he became even more majestic. A princess of planet Suzaku had to be someone else's maid. Even if Little Man was shameless, Planet Suzaku still cared about their reputation. They couldn't afford to lose face like this. Lu Xiaoling reprimanded her as well. "Xiao Man, you're really out of line. You're the first princess, high and mighty. You're actually willing to be someone else's maid. Have you ever thought about the dynasty? Have you ever thought about us, your parents?" Little Man lowered her head and pondered. She felt a bit uncomfortable, and her expression was a bit pale. She knew that this meeting wouldn't be pleasant. However, because of her filial piety, she still came. She also hoped that Zhu Qingquan and Lu Xiaoling would approve of Xiaoyang. Zhu Qingquan looked at Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, I know that you are from the flowing cloud realm and that your family once adopted Little Man. We are very grateful for that. Now that Little Man has returned, you can ask for anything you want. Territory, beauties, wealth, cultivation resources, etc. I can give it all to you. I'm the king of planet Suzaku, and I keep my word. However, I hope that after you take the things, you will draw a clear line between you and Little Man No." Little Man was about to cry and felt very wronged. She didn't want to leave Xiaoyang. Hearing that Zhu Qingquan wanted to break them up, she immediately became anxious. Xiaoyang frowned and said, "My purpose in coming to the Blue Min realm is to take Little Man away. This is what I promised her. If Little Man is willing to stay, I will respect her decision." "Just you? You want to take away this king's daughter?" Zhu Qingquan suddenly released King Wu's aura and suppressed Xiaoyang. He wanted to intimidate Xiaoyang. Lu Xiaoling also revealed a look of contempt. If Xiaoyang knew what was good for him, she could give Xiaoyang a few great fortunes. However, if Xiaoyang didn't know what was good for him, then he couldn't blame her for being ruthless. Xiaoyang stood still, unmoved by Zhu Qingquan's King Wu breath. He said calmly, "That depends on Xiao Man's opinion. If I want to take her away, you really can't stop me. I just don't want Xiao Man to be sad." Xiao Mang was touched. "Good lad, you can actually bear the might of King Wu." Zhu Qingquan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. Xiao Yang's body shook, and he also released the aura of King Wu to compete with Zhu Qingquan. He said, "There are many things you can't imagine." "Very good, brat. You are very arrogant. I want to see how long you can be arrogant for," Zhu Qingquan said coldly. He clapped his hands, and the sound of applause could be heard. Then the Minister of War, Fan Jin, the Minister of Revenue, Chen Guopan, and many other important figures of the imperial court slowly walked over. They took their respective seats. Zhu Qingquan said, "Xiaoyang, I hope you can give me an explanation about the fact that you killed the grandson of Fan Jin, the Minister of War. Of course, this is just a private talk. If you can solve it, you can solve it here. If you can't, you can solve it in the imperial court." It meant that he intended to mediate. Xiaoyang said blandly, "Fan Shouwang deserved to be killed. This is the explanation." His attitude was quite tough. He didn't mean to compromise at all. Fan Jin, the Minister of War, snorted. "Xiaoyang, even if my grandson deserved to be killed, it wasn't you who killed him. A life for a life is right." Xiaoyang raised the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, "Sir Fan, I want to ask you, have you killed few people? Have you paid for the dead with your life? This kind of loud slogan is enough for you to listen to. It's useless to use it here." Fan Jin didn't bother to argue with Xiaoyang. He directly knelt to Zhu Qingquan and said, "Your Majesty, please help me." Zhu Qingquan was helpless. One was unwilling to admit his mistake, and the other was determined to find out who was responsible. One was an important official of the imperial court, and the other was the object of his daughter's affection. He was half a benefactor. Zhu Qingquan couldn't help but ask, "My dear official, how do you want to do justice?" Fan Jin said firmly, "It's fine if you don't kill Xiaoyang, but you must let the first princess marry into the Fan family. I still have a grandson named Fan Ruiji. He is very knowledgeable and talented. He won't disgrace the first princess." Zhu Qingquan's eyes turned cold. This old man dared to have designs on his daughter. It was intolerable. However, as the emperor, he was good at controlling his emotions. He said calmly, Sir Fan, the White Tiger dynasty and King Wu's dynasty have sent envoys here for a while. They are proposing marriage. If the first princess is betrothed to the Fan family, how will the two dynasties be treated? The others also stood up to express their opposition. Fan Jin had a well-thought-out plan. He said, that's easy. Set up a competition to find a groom, either a martial arts competition or a trial in a dangerous area. Only the winner has the right to marry the first princess. In this way, everyone will compete with their own abilities. If they win, no one will be wronged. This proposal quickly gained the support of many officials. Now, the envoys of the two dynasties were determined to get the first princess. It was just that Zhu Qingquan had suppressed and delayed the matter. He could delay it for a while, but he couldn't delay it forever. In the end, it had to be solved. Zhu Qingquan thought for a while and said, "This is approved." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Fan Jin hurriedly bowed. Many officials also hurriedly shouted that the emperor was wise. Xiao Mang glared at Fan Jin in disgust. Because of the many officials of the imperial court, she didn't say anything. Xiao Yang sneered and objected. Xiao Mang is not an object. Why should she be used as a wager? Have you asked me? Have you asked Xiao Mang? What do you think Xiao Mang is? An accessory? How dare you? How dare you? Arrogant. Many officials directly cursed at Xiao Yang. Fan Jin said, "Xiao Yang, if you don't agree to this, the matter between us is not over." He clapped his hands, and a familiar figure slowly walked up from the first floor. It was the captain of the airship, Lu Zhengfeng, who had been released before. Fan Jin said, "Lu Zhengfeng is the captain of the airship. That day, he was pressured by Xiao Yang and ran away. See, I found him and brought him back." Then he looked at Lu Zhengfeng and said, "Lu Zhengfeng, don't be afraid. Tell me in detail what happened that day." Lu Zhengfeng looked at Xiao Yang with fear and said, "That day, Xiao Yang accidentally offended young Master Fan. Young Master Fan didn't pursue the matter, but Xiao Yang went crazy on the spot and poured wine on young Master Fan. Young Master Fan was angry and attacked Xiao Yang. Unexpectedly, he was no match for Xiao Yang and was killed by Xiao Yang. Young Master Fan died unjustly." After Lu Zhengfeng finished speaking, he burst into tears. He seemed to be very serious. Chen Pinggan couldn't help but stand up and say, "Lu Zhengfeng, this is slander. You're lying through your teeth." Chapter 12:14. Fan Jin said, "Chen Pinggan, everyone knows about your relationship with Xiao Yang, so of course you're protecting him. If I remember correctly, Xiao Yang even came to your residence to spar with you yesterday." Xiao Yang chuckled and said, "Fan Jin, you're really good at twisting the truth." He shook his head nonchalantly and turned to Lu Zhengfeng. "Lu Zhengfeng, I said I would let you go that day. Now you're back and you're lying against your conscience. I can't forgive you." Lu Zhengfeng was terrified and quickly said, "I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. You can't kill me." Xiao Yang sneered and instantly unleashed King Wu's cultivation. He waved his hand and unleashed a powerful attack toward Lu Zhengfeng. At the same time, he took out his celestial sword and pointed it at Lu Zhengfeng. "How dare you!" "Stop!" Many people were shouting and roaring. Zhu Qingquan also roared and told Xiao Yang to stop. Fan Jin, Chen Guopan, and the others did the same. They even took action, releasing astonishing cultivation auras, condensing layers of defensive light barriers in an attempt to protect Lu Zhengfeng. However, their reactions were a little slow and their defenses were a little weak. Lu Zhengfeng was instantly killed by Xiao Yang's celestial sword and turned into a cloud of blood. Good guts! Xiao Yang, you don't put the pressure of planet Suzaku in your eyes, and you don't even put this king in your eyes. You dare to kill before this king? Do you think there is no one on planet Suzaku? Zhu Qingquan was furious, and the veins on his forehead bulged. As the commotion spread, several King Wu rushed over from all directions. In addition to Zhu Qingquan and Fan Jin, the two martial kings, the number of martial kings they had reached an astonishing 8, which was even more than the Azure Dragon dynasty of the Azure Dragon Star. Although Zhu Qingquan wanted to side with Xiaoyang, things had already escalated to this point. He couldn't do that even if he wanted to. Several King Wus who had rushed over bowed to Zhu Qingquan and said, "Please forgive us for being late." Zhu Qingquan said sternly, "Xiaoyang killed Fan Shuang first, and now he killed the witness in front of me. Take him down." Yes. Many King Wu acknowledged the order. Soon after, they surrounded Xiaoyang and surrounded him. One of them was Fan Jin, the Minister of War. He was one of the 8 King Wus and hated Xiaoyang to the core. Of course, he wanted nothing more than to kill Xiaoyang. Fan Jin sneered and said, "Xiaoyang, if you confess now, you still have a chance to live. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless." He just wanted to put on an act. In fact, he couldn't wait to get rid of Xiaoyang immediately so that he could avenge his grandson, Fan Shuang. Xiaoyang was calm and composed. He wasn't afraid at all just because the other party was one of the 8 King Wus. He sneered, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. He said, "I, Xiaoyang, have dominated the Azure Dragon planet, and now I've come to the Vermilion Bird planet. When have I ever been afraid of you?" The Xiaoyang who dominated the Azure Dragon planet? Hearing this, all the court leaders were stunned for a moment. Then they seemed to remember something. Those King Wus were also stunned. They had also heard about the recent rumors on the Azure Dragon planet. It was rumored that a powerful King Wu had appeared there. He had gone to the Heaven Prison and taken away the former palace master of the Azure Flow Palace. Later, he had merged the Qing Tong sword sect with the Qing Yun sect. He was deeply loved by everyone in the Qing Yun sect. Even the sect master of the Qing Yun sect, Pang Qingyun, wanted to pass the Qing Yun sect to him, but he refused. It had to be said that the Qing Yun sect was one of the top 10 sects on the Azure Dragon planet. It was a true, first-rate sect. If he were to sit in the position of sect master, his status, and power would be comparable to that of an overlord. They didn't think that the powerful person would be Xiaoyang. They were truly shocked and couldn't believe it. Countless pairs of eyes fell on Xiaoyang, as if they wanted to engrave Xiaoyang's appearance in their minds. From the looks of it, everyone seemed to be wary of Xiaoyang. If this continued, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Xiaoyang. Fan Jin's eyes darted around as he tried to think of a way to deal with Xiaoyang. Reconciliation was impossible. He didn't want to reconcile. He wanted Xiaoyang's life. "Xiaoyang, I'll give you one last chance. Don't be stubborn. Even if you once ruled over the Azure Dragon planet, this is the Vermilion Bird planet. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously." Fan Jin shouted at Xiaoyang with a furious expression. Before Xiaoyang could reply, he immediately formed a seal with both hands and used a martial skill. A ray of light condensed and instantly charged toward Xiaoyang. From his attitude, it was clear that he wasn't going to give Xiaoyang a chance to compromise. Of course, Xiaoyang had never thought of compromising. He wouldn't allow anyone to use Xiaoman as a bargaining chip. Seeing Fan Jin charge toward him, Xiaoyang didn't hold back at all. He let out a cold snort as he activated his cultivation and released a powerful battle intent. "Fan Jin, you bastard. Let me end you first," Xiaoyang said coldly. Then he formed a seal with both hands and used a terrifying martial skill. A ray of martial skill light condensed and shot toward Fan Jin. The two rays of light and two types of power collided and let out a muffled sound. A shock wave spread out in all directions and crushed the surrounding tables and chairs. Those below the level of King Wu were horrified. Their faces changed and their eyes were filled with fear. They quickly retreated and used what little cultivation they had to create a defensive light shield to prevent themselves from being hurt. Those above the level of King Wu had ugly expressions. They all used their martial skills and charged toward Xiaoyang. Zhu Qingquan was one of them. Zhu Qingquan didn't want to hurt Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang had gone too far. Even if he was biased toward Xiaoyang in private, he had to be fair in front of everyone. All he could do now was to try his best to hold back when attacking Xiaoyang. He didn't attack with all his might. Xiaoyang had killed a witness in front of all the court leaders. This kind of thing was really bad and couldn't be tolerated. He had to make an example out of him. Xiao Man didn't expect things to develop like this. Without hesitation, he used what little cultivation he had and immediately rushed in front of Xiaoyang to block the King Wu. The 8 King Wu also knew Xiao Man and didn't want to hurt him. Fan Jin said, "Your Majesty, you just need to take care of this small matter. Leave Xiaoyang to us." Zhu Qingquan nodded and took Xiao Man away. Xiao Man was no match for Zhu Qingquan at all. After being taken to one side, Zhu Qingquan directly controlled her so that she couldn't move. Xiao Man's eyes were wet, as if she had suffered a great grievance. "Let me go," she cried out in a sobbing voice. But Zhu Qingquan was unmoved. He looked at the battlefield calmly with a cold face. The 7 King Wu launched a fierce attack on Xiaoyang. Rays of martial skill light, magic weapons, and talismans were all aimed at Xiaoyang. The power was earth-shattering. Chapter 12:15. Zhu Qingquan's eyelids twitched as he watched. Among them, Fan Jin was the most insidious. Every move was vicious and cunning. Originally, Xiaoyang displayed King Wu level of cultivation. However, seeing that there were so many of them, he might not be a match for them. Hence, he directly unleashed his physical strength. The strength of his physical body was even more terrifying than his cultivation. This was because his physical body was comparable to King Wu's second realm. Originally, under the attack of 7 King Wu, he was in imminent danger and was at a disadvantage. However, after he unleashed his physical strength, the original decline was instantly reversed. In an instant, he was in control of the situation. Relying on his physical strength alone, he crushed the 7 martial kings and gave them a brutal beating. Among them, he beat Fan Jin the most ferociously. He almost took Fan Jin's life. If it were not for the help and restraint of the other King Wu, Fan Jin would have been killed by Xiaoyang. The onlookers were aghast and could not believe it. They were all dumbfounded and tongue-tied. They did not expect Xiaoyang's combat strength to be so terrifying that even the 7 King Wu could not take down Xiaoyang. Originally, Xiaoyan and Xiaoman were very worried about Xiaoyang. However, after seeing Xiaoyang's reversal and crushing, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and secretly cheered for Xiaoyang. In this situation, Chen Pinggan also wanted to help Xiaoyang. However, he was controlled by Chen Guopan. Now that he saw Xiaoyang's heaven-defying strength, Chen Guopan let go of his control on Chen Pinggan. Just as Chen Pinggan was about to make a move, he heard Xiaoyang's divine sense. Xiaoyang told him not to make a move and not to get involved in this matter. Chen Pinggan hesitated again and again. Finally, he chose to give up and wait and see. Xiaoyang waved one hand and directly summoned the primeval divine dragon. The primeval divine dragon's combat strength was comparable to a King Wu. This increased Xiaoyang's chances of winning by a bit. "Who dares to bully my Xiao family? Do you think I don't exist?" A woman's angry voice rang out, and everyone felt a gust of wind blow over. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. The person who came was Lin Shiyin, the great-grandmother of the Xiao family. As a powerful figure on the same level as King Wu, she was naturally aware of the huge commotion in the city. Therefore, she rushed over to help Xiaoyang. For Lin Shiyin, what bullshit planet Suzaku? What bullshit imperial court? She didn't care about them at all. In her eyes, She only cared about Xiaoyang and Xiaolinger. Whoever dared to hurt her two juniors, she would fight them to the death. How dare you use numbers to bully the weak? Do you think I don't exist? After Lin Shiyun arrived at the scene, she instantly unleashed the cultivation aura of King Wu's level. She immediately joined forces with the primordial divine dragon and bombarded the other King Wu fiercely. The pressure on Xiaoyang was greatly reduced. His chances of winning were almost 100%. This battle between the King Wu lasted for half an hour. In the end, Xiaoyang won and the battle ended. Xiaoyang killed Fan Jin on the spot to deter the other King Wu. The other King Wu didn't dare to make a move, killing the Minister of War, one of the most powerful people in the Sasaka dynasty, in front of the Emperor and all the ministers of the Sasaka dynasty, made them lose all face. However, although their expressions were ugly and they were furious, they could only remain silent. They didn't dare to provoke Lin Shiyun. Before a powerful force, ants like them could only crawl and be humble. This scene maintained a strange silence. After 5 minutes, Zhu Qingquan, as the emperor, scolded Xiaoyang. "How dare you, unruly citizen! You dared to offend your superiors, and even killed the Minister of War. Your crimes are unforgivable. You must give me an explanation, or else this matter won't be over. You are basically making an enemy of the entire planet." Zhu Qingquan stared at Xiaoyang fiercely. Xiaoyang calmly said, "Fan Jin was looking for death. Don't blame me." He looked at everyone and arrogantly asked, "Who else doesn't agree? Do you dare to step forward?" A young member of the Fan family stepped forward and shouted, "I don't agree. Xiaoyang, you have committed a heinous crime. Give me back my grandfather's life." This person was the member of the Fan family that Fan Jin had named. According to Fan Jin, she wanted to betroth Xiaoman to him. Xiaoyang hated this person to the extreme. He coldly snorted and said, "Very well. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Xiaoyang raised his hand and pointed. This young member of the Fan family exploded into a cloud of blood. After that, no one dared to make a sound. Even the members of the Fan family were like cowards. Xiaoyang was too strong and too powerful. He was not someone they could fight against. They just had to hide this hatred in their hearts. Now, no one has any objections? Very well, then I now announce that Xiaoman is mine. Whoever dares to have any ideas about her will be my enemy, Xiaoyang. I, Xiaoyang, will not let them off easily. Xiaoyang announced coldly. He didn't show any anger. Xiaolian looked at Xiaoman with envy. Xiaoman lowered her head and blushed. She was secretly happy. In the face of great power, all rules and principles were dispensable. When Xiaoman was cultivating, she also thought that when she saw Xiaoyang, she could say to him, "I will take care of you and protect you." After all, his cultivation speed was amazing. He could be said to be a genius among geniuses. However, she did not expect that Xiaoyang was still as excellent as before. He was even ahead of her. She enjoyed the feeling of being protected by Xiaoyang again. It was sweet. At this moment, Zi walked in and stood in front of Chun Pingan. He whispered a few words. Chun Pingan understood. His furrowed brows relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He waved at Guzi and asked him to leave. Then he handed the jade slip in his hand to Qin Guopan. Qin Guopan looked at Chun Pingan suspiciously and took the jade slip. He then released his divine sense to check the contents of the jade slip. Then he understood. He looked at Chun Pingan with certainty in his eyes. He looked at Chun Pingan encouragingly as if he was saying that he was comforted. At least the person Chun Pingan took in was very useful. The information he provided was timely and important. This was why Chan Guopan looked at Chun Pingan in a new light. Chan Guopan took the jade slip in his hand and walked to the center. He bowed to Emperor Zhu Qingquan and said, "Your Majesty, I have just intercepted a piece of information. Please take a look." The atmosphere was still in a stalemate. Xiaoyang and the other king Wu confronted each other. Overall, Xiaoyang had the absolute advantage. This battle ended with Xiaoyang's victory. Even if the other people of the dynasty were unwilling, they could not do anything to Xiaoyang. Zhu Qingquan was also thinking about how to deal with the next situation. After all, Xiaoyang had gone too far. He had killed the Minister of War in front of him. This was an unforgivable sin. He did not leave him any face at all. Chapter 12:17. Young master, let's go. Xiao Man pulled Xiaoyang down another path. She didn't want anyone to disturb them. However, before they could get far, they were stopped by LV Qiaodong. LV Qiaodong took 2 steps forward and spread his hands. He smiled at Xiao Man and said, "Eldest princess, it's fate that we met. Coincidentally, the Heaven and Earth Pavilions auction is about to begin. Aren't you very interested in the immortal rabbit? There is an immortal rabbit in the auction this time. If you miss this opportunity, who knows how long you'll have to wait." LV Qiaodong looked at Xiao Man with confidence. He also knew that the 2 princesses had become the topic of discussion recently. The Xian King Wu dynasty and the White Tiger dynasty both wanted to gain the favor of the 2 princesses. At the same time, the descendants of the court officials all wanted to gain the attention of the 2 princesses. After all, the 2 princesses had reached marriageable age. If they could gain the admiration of the eldest princess, their family's status would also rise. Therefore, many outstanding disciples wanted to show off their excellence before the 2 princesses. After Xiao Man heard LV Qiaodong's words, she hesitated for a moment. As for the immortal rabbit, she had only seen it once by chance and immediately fell in love with it. She felt that it was very cute, so she also wanted one. However, she never had the chance to. She didn't expect the Heaven and Earth Pavilion to get one this time. When Xiaoyang saw Xiao Man like this, he immediately said, "Since I'm tired from strolling, let's go to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion to take a look." Xiao Man's eyes lit up and she said, "Okay, let's go to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion to take a look." The group of people walked toward the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Along the way, LV Qiaodong secretly sized up Xiaoyang many times. According to his understanding, Xiaoyang had swept through planet Azure Dragon by himself and arrived at planet Suzaku unscathed. Not long ago, he battled the 8 King Wu dynasties of planet Suzaku and even killed the Minister of Revenue, Fanjin. He was definitely a ruthless character. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to offend Xiaoyang. However, he wanted to fight for Xiao Man's attention and admiration, so he could only treat Xiaoyang as his rival in love. He rolled his eyes and looked at Xiaoyang, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm LV Qiaodong, the grandson of the Minister of Personnel. I have heard of your deeds, and I have to say that you are really strong. But let me make it clear, the 2 princesses have become hot taro now, and everyone wants them. So, I won't do anything, I hope you don't mind." Xiaoyang looked at LV Qiaodong again. He didn't expect LV Qiaodong to be so frank and generous. At least, he wasn't the kind who would stab him in the back. This kind of person was much better than hypocrites. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "LV Qiaodong, right? Don't worry, anyone in the world can pursue the 2 princesses. As for whether or not the 2 princesses like you, that's another story." LV Qiaodong heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's great. Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang is really generous. I was worried that I would anger you because of this." Xiaoyang said, "That's not necessarily the case. Pursuit is everyone's freedom, and I respect this kind of pursuit. This also shows how outstanding the 2 princesses are. It's fine as long as you're not afraid of failure." LV Qiaodong chuckled and cupped his hands at Xiaoyang. He was very convinced by Xiaoyang. Lil Man blushed and said angrily, "Young master, what are you talking about?" LV Qiaodong said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, I won't hide it from you. You have to be qualified to participate in the Heaven and Earth Pavilions auction this time. For example, some people have received an invitation in advance, and some people have gathered enough firmament coins or other resources that can be exchanged at the last minute before they can step through the doors of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. I just happen to have 2 invitations. One is for myself, and I'm willing to give the other to the first princess. As for you, it seems like you can't enter the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's doors." Xiao Man was instantly put in a difficult position. She stopped in her tracks and looked at Xiaoyang, saying, "Young master, let's not go." LV Xiaodong immediately persuaded her, "First princess, I was just joking. Actually, I have 3 invitations. I can also give one to fellow Xiaoyang. I'm just worried that fellow Taoist Xiaoyang won't want it." As he spoke, he took out 3 invitations from his interspatial ring. As the saying went, one should not accept a reward for nothing, not to mention Xiaoyang. Even Xiao Man did not want to accept the other party's invitations. Xiaoyang said, "Since we agreed to go and take a look, then let's go. Don't worry." Xiao Man hesitated for a moment and said, "All right." They continued to walk toward the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's auction. As for the invitations that LV Xiaodong took out, they did not even look at them. It was clear that their relationship was not very harmonious. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. There were people standing on both sides of the door. Anyone who entered would be asked to show their invitations. LV Xiaodong smiled and said, "First princess, fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, I didn't lie to you, right? They really need invitations." At this moment, Chen Pingon, Butler Chen, and Gozi walked over. It seemed that they were also here to participate in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's auction. They saw Xiaoyang and Xiao Man from afar and immediately greeted them happily. "Alchemist Xiao, first princess." Chen Pingon's face was full of joy. "Young Master Chen, you're here too." Xiaoyang smiled and nodded. Chen Pingon said, "I heard that there will be many good things in the auction this time, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to meet you here. Let's go in together." Xiao Man was a little troubled. "We don't have invitations." Chen Pingon awkwardly stopped in his tracks. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to apply for temporary admission." He planned to pay for temporary admission for Xiaoyang and the others. Xiaoyang said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." He was going to follow Chen Pingon to apply for temporary admission. Of course, he planned to use his own money. He didn't lack money now. LV Xiaodong knew that Chen Pingon and Xiaoyang were very close, but he didn't expect Chen Pingon to interfere. He originally wanted to embarrass Xiaoyang, but now he failed. He could only do them a favor in passing and said, "Sir Chen, fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, first princess, I have ready-made invitations here. Take them and go in together. Why do you have to go through the formalities again?" Xiaoyang said, "It shouldn't be difficult to apply, right?" LV Xiaodong saw that Xiaoyang had rejected him, and his expression was a little ugly. He could only remind him, "I've said it before. Applying for temporary admission requires enough firmament coins or exchange items." He didn't think that Xiaoyang had a large amount of firmament coins, although Xiaoyang was very skilled. "You don't have to worry about that." Xiaoyang replied, "Humph, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness." LV Xiaodong's expression became even uglier. In his opinion, Xiaoyang could only enter because of Chen Pingon's ability. He wanted to wait until they entered the auction to make Xiaoyang look bad. Chapter 12:18. When they reached the temporary counter, Chen Pingon said to the staff member, "I am Chen Pingon. I have brought my friend here to apply for a temporary admission letter." The staff member said calmly, "Please show us the corresponding property or dark underworld coins." Chen Pingon was about to take out the dark underworld coins from his storage ring to help Xiaoyang register for admission. However, Xiaoyang, who was behind him, patted his shoulder and stopped him. Then he took out the black card from his storage ring and handed it to the staff member. The staff member checked the black card and frowned. Then he released his divine sense to check the amount of dark underworld coins in the black card. When he saw the amount, he was shocked. Then he looked at Xiaoyang a few more times. His expression made Xiaoyang frown. Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask, "Is the amount not enough? I have the corresponding exchange items here." Xiaoyang didn't know how much the admission fee was, so he couldn't guarantee that he could enter with the black card. As for the exchange items, he had too many to count. Any one of them could be exchanged for a large amount of dark underworld coins. Chen Pingan said, "I also have some dark underworld coins." The staff member stopped them and asked, "Fellow Taoist, did Qian Wujin give you this black card?" Xiaoyang nodded and said yes. He didn't know why the staff member asked that. The staff member hurriedly stood up and smiled. He said warmly, "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. I can't make the decision. Let me ask for instructions." Then he immediately walked away. It seemed like he was going to report to his superior. LV Qiaodong, who was behind them, saw the situation in front of him. He couldn't help but mock. "I already said that he wants to see your wealth. Aren't you making things difficult for him by making him come all the way here?" Xiao Man glared at LV Qiaodong and said, "Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Do you believe that I won't tell on you?" LV Qiaodong curled his lips and immediately became obedient. After Xiaoyang waited for a while, he saw a familiar figure walk out. It was Qian Wujin, who had been at the Firmament Planet Bank. Qian Wujin walked out with a smile. When he saw Xiaoyang, he smiled and walked over. "Honored guest, you're also here to participate in this auction? This is too rare. Please come in, come in. I'll bring you in." Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Qian, aren't you the shopkeeper of the bank in Songming Star? Why are you here?" Qian Wujin explained, "The bank's business is spread all over the 4 major planets. This Heaven and Earth Pavilion is a branch of the bank. I just happened to be here to do some accounting." The staff member smiled and explained, "At the same time, Shopkeeper Qian is also the great elder of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. I didn't know your identity before, so I'm very sorry." Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, "It's fine." "Xiao Man, it's time to enter." Xiaoyang waved at Xiao Man in the distance. Xiao Man walked over happily. She knew that Xiaoyang would have a way, because Xiaoyang had always been creating miracles. When Qian Wujin saw Xiao Man, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, great princess. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion has always been open to the great princess. You are free to enter and leave at any time." After that, he passed down this matter to his subordinates, so that they would remember it. He was also the great elder of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, so of course he was qualified. Xiao Man smiled and said, "Thank you, Shopkeeper Qian." The reason why she didn't address him as Great Elder was because the shopkeeper of the bank was more honorable than the elders of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion was only a branch of the bank. The bank was the main headquarters. Qian Wujin looked at Qin Pingan and said, "Young Master Qin, I know your character. In the future, when you enter the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's auctions, you just have to say your name. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion welcomes your presence." Qin Pingan was very excited and said, "Thank you, Shopkeeper Qian, for your kindness." Then he looked at Xiaoyang gratefully. The group of people walked into the auction hall. When LV Qiaodong, who was standing at the back, saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. He couldn't believe it. Xiaoyang actually had such a good relationship with Qian Wujin. Even Chen Pingan benefited from it. It was so enviable. Being able to enter and leave without an invitation meant that one could attend any auction. One had to know that the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's auctions depended on the person's requirements. For example, they would investigate what products the potential customers needed before they could choose to send out invitations. If one didn't have an invitation, they would have to apply for admission. If one could enter and leave freely, it would save a lot of trouble. This was also the recognition of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, so it was a special treatment. This made everyone envious. LV Qiaodong couldn't help but walk up. With a shy face, he smiled at Qian Wujin and said, "I'm LV Qiaodong. Greetings, shopkeeper Qian." Qian Wujin looked at LV Qiaodong, then looked at Xiaoyang. Seeing that Xiaoyang was calm, he immediately said to LV Qiaodong, "LV Qiaodong? I don't know you." "Huh." LV Qiaodong was instantly dumbfounded. He stood there awkwardly. It was very embarrassing and uncomfortable. This was equivalent to his warm face being stuck to someone's cold, but in an instant he became the joke of many people. Because this was the entrance of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, there were people coming in and out from time to time. After seeing Qian Wujin, Xiaoyang, and the rest enter the auction hall, LV Qiaodong, who was at the entrance, clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with anger. He had never been played like this before. He had always been the one playing with others. To him, this was a great humiliation. "Young master, the auction is about to start. Let's go in quickly and settle the score with them when we're inside." The lackey hurriedly advised LV Qiaodong. LV Qiaodong thought about it and felt that it made sense. He nodded and entered with the lackey. Inside the auction hall, Qian Wujin arranged a top-class luxurious private room for Xiaoyang, Xiaoman, Qin Pingan, and the rest. Then he went to do his work. After entering the top-class luxurious private room, Qin Pingan was extremely emotional. He said excitedly, "Alchemist Xiao, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to enter this private room for the rest of my life." Then he looked at LV Qiaodong. He was only sitting in the middle of the first floor. This was the difference in treatment. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang, Qin Pingan would also be sitting in the bottom row. Xiaoyang said, "You don't have to be so polite." Then he patiently waited for the auction to start. After entering the auction hall, LV Qiaodong looked around. He actually didn't see Xiaoyang, Qin Pingan, and the rest. This made him extremely angry. A sharp-eyed lackey said, "Young master, they went to the top-class private room on the second floor." LV Qiaodong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. In his opinion, everyone's status was about the same, but he could only sit with everyone on the first floor. Xiaoyang and the rest could sit in the private rooms on the second floor. This was extremely unfair. Chapter 1219. However, he couldn't refute the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's overbearing arrangement. The auction began. The host was a graceful lady with a pleasant voice. The first item to be auctioned was a damaged item obtained from the ancient ruins. It was called the Waning Moon Tower, and it was a quasi-heaven grade treasure. Many people participated in the auction, and even Qin Pingan called out a price. That was because he also lacked a powerful treasure. Although the Waning Moon Tower was damaged, it was still a quasi-heaven grade treasure. Xiaoyang didn't interfere. Xiaoman looked at the treasure and the noisy scene with interest. Compared to the Waning Moon Tower, she preferred to join in the fun. After the Waning Moon Pagoda was auctioned off for a while, the highest bidder finally won it, and it fell into Qin Pingan's hands. Qin Pingan now had a quasi-heaven grade magic treasure to protect himself. Auctions were always done with money and goods. Therefore, when Qin Pingan won the bid, someone from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion immediately sent the Waning Moon Tower up. Qin Pingan also took out the firmament coins and handed them over. Qin Pingan was excited, and his eyes were filled with joy. His gaze fell on the Waning Moon Tower, and he wanted to play with it. Housekeeper Qin and Go Zi saw Qin Pingan's excitement and immediately congratulated him. "Congratulations, young master, for being able to buy a quasi-heaven grade treasure." Qin Pingan gave it a try and felt that this transcendent artifact was quite handy and easy to use. He was even more satisfied. He said, "Alchemist Xiao, I didn't come here in vain. I don't dare to be interested in the following items." He wanted to leave and test the power of the quasi-heaven grade treasure Waning Moon Tower. Xiaoyang said, "Congratulations, young Master Qin. If you're not interested in the next auctions, you can leave first and familiarize yourself with the Waning Moon Tower." Qin Pingan was waiting for this sentence. Although he wanted to leave, he felt that it was unfair. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll accompany Alchemist Xiao until the end of the auction." His gaze swept over LV Qiaodong many times, and he could see that LV Qiaodong seemed to have some friction with Xiao Yang. Chun Pingan wanted to stay and help. Xiao Yang didn't say anything else. The auction continued, and several treasures were auctioned off, one after another. It wasn't until the last item that was brought up on stage that the atmosphere in the hall was once again stirred. The host said, "All right, this immortal rabbit will be the last item of this auction. I don't think I need to say more about the immortal rabbit's existence and use. As usual, the highest bidder wins. The lowest bid is 10 million netherworld coins." The host directly placed the immortal rabbit on the exhibition stage so that everyone could see it. That immortal rabbit was very cute. It was white and fluffy and was currently nibbling on a carrot. Xiao Man fell in love with it at first sight. She had always been looking forward to having an immortal rabbit. She immediately called out 20 million firmament coins. After Xiao Mang's bid, no one else made a bid. The people who came here were all rich and noble existences. Of course, they also knew that Xiao Man was the eldest princess. If the eldest princess took a fancy to something, wouldn't they be going against the eldest princess? He still had to give her some face. The host calmly shouted, 20 million going once. After a while, she called out, 20 million going twice. After waiting for a while, when she was about to call out for the third time, LV Qiaodong stood up with a smile. He rushed to Xiao Man's private room on the second floor and shouted, "Eldest princess, I'll buy it for you. 30 million netherworld coins." Xiao Man frowned. She didn't like LV Qiaodong giving it to her. She would only accept it if Xiao Yang gave it to her. Thus, she continued to call out, 40 million netherworld coins. LV Qiaodong was immediately embarrassed and became the center of attention. Xiao Man didn't buy it, so he was embarrassed and became the butt of everyone's jokes. LV Qiaodong flew into a rage out of humiliation and said loudly, "Eldest princess, you don't want me to give it to you, but I want it. I bid 100 million. 100 million? The crowd was in an uproar as they looked at LV Qiaodong in shock. 10 million netherworld coins was already a lot. 100 million was something that only the top wealthy families could take out. Even Lil Man hesitated, remaining silent. Although she was rich, she didn't have unlimited netherworld coins. 100 million was not worth it to her. She didn't want to be taken advantage of. LV Qiaodong looked at the private room on the second floor and saw that everyone was shocked. He was even more pleased with himself. He thought to himself, I let you laugh at me. Now you know how powerful I am." LV Qiaodong's lackeys flattered him at this time, making LV Qiaodong extremely happy and complacent. The host called out again, 100 million going once. Xiao Yang said calmly, 200 million. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar again. They thought that 100 million was already a high price, but they didn't expect someone to bid 200 million. That was double the price. LV Qiaodong could also tell that it was Xiao Yang's voice. He had spent 100 million to anger Xiao Yang, looking down on Xiao Yang for being poor. How could a poor person be worthy of the eldest princess? However, he didn't expect to be slapped in the face by Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. It was 200 million. Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to take out so many netherworld coins. At most, he would only have 100 million, and that was under the premise that he used all his cultivation resources to exchange for items. Hence, he fell silent. Chun Pingan said carefully, "Alchemist Xiao, isn't this price a little too high?" He was really shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Yang to be so rich. Go! Z and Butler Chin were also shocked. How poor could a person who asked for 200 million be? That celestial rabbit was at most 80 million netherworld coins. Although it was rare, it might not be extinct. Xiao Yang said calmly, "It's not high. It's rare that Xiao Man likes it, so I'll buy it for her." Xiao Man smiled like a flower and said, "Thank you, young master." After the host settled on 200 million, He immediately asked someone to send the celestial rabbit over. Xiao Yang took out his black card and transferred 100 million netherworld coins to the host. Then the auction ended. In the private room, everyone's gaze landed on the celestial rabbit. This celestial rabbit was really cute. It seemed to have a natural charm that attracted people. It released a wave of spirit qi that made people feel refreshed. Let's go. Xiao Yang and the others left the private room and walked out of Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Qian Wujin personally came to send them off. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, thank you for coming." He knew that Xiao Yang was rich, but whether he could spend money was a problem. He didn't expect Xiao Yang to be willing to pay such a high price. This made Heaven and Earth Pavilion earn a lot of money, and it made him feel proud. Xiao Yang said, "We're just taking what we need." LV Qiaodong was shocked. He thought that Xiao Yang was a poor man who spent all his money and cultivation resources on cultivation. He didn't expect him to become rich suddenly. He walked out with a pale face. When he passed by Xiao Yang, he snorted coldly and said, "You're a villain." Chapter 1220. Chun Pingan looked displeased. He frowned and snorted, then roared at LV Qiaodong. "LV Qiaodong, how can you say that? Who's a villain?" Everyone present could see that LV Qiaodong was the one who wanted to curry favor, but he failed and was slapped in the face. Now, he even had the face to call someone a villain. LV Qiaodong snorted, "Who does I say have anything to do with you? You'll see what happens during the training." He walked away angrily. Xiao Yang couldn't be bothered to argue with him. What kind of person is this? Chun Pingan muttered unhappily. He walked with Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng for a while, then said goodbye. "Alchemist Xiao, I'll be going back too." He couldn't wait to test the power of the quasi-heaven level Dharma treasure, the waning moon tower. Xiao Yang nodded and cupped his hands. "Let's go back." Xiao Meng pulled Xiao Yang back to the spring courtyard. The immortal rabbit was very obedient and let Xiao Meng carry it. The news of LV Qiaodong bidding 100 million to curry favor at the auction spread quickly, and the whole city knew about it. The people began to question where LV Qiaodong got so much money, and whether his grandfather, the Minister of Personnel, took bribes. There were also people who mocked LV Qiaodong for raising the price when the other party didn't even need it. Wasn't he doing the opposite? It would be strange if such a retard could enter the princess's eyes. When LV Qiaodong heard these rumors, he was so angry that he broke a lot of things. He was furious, and his temper exploded. The Minister of Personnel, LV Belong, was so angry that his face turned green when he heard the rumors. When he returned home, he scolded LV Qiaodong for an hour and even locked him up, making him give up on pursuing the princess. LV Belong was terrified when he thought about it. He saw Xiao Yang's battle with the 8 Kingwu that day. It was a ghastly sight, and his eyelids twitched. He even offended such a ruthless person. Wasn't he courting death? He was the minister of the Ministry of War, yet he was killed just like that, let alone the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. After being angry for a long time, he immediately asked the housekeeper to prepare gifts and visit Xiao Yang. At the entrance of the spring court, when Lu Bulong saw Xiao Yang and Xiao Man, he quickly walked over with a smile and said, "First Princess, fellow Taoist Xiao, please forgive me for disturbing you." Xiao Yang didn't know who the old man in front of him was, but he looked a little familiar. LV Qiaodong looked a little like him. He thought that this should be one of LV Qiaodong's elders. Xiao Man asked in surprise, "Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, why are you here personally?" Lu Bulong said, "Today at the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's auction, my grandson was rude and offended the princess and fellow Taoist Xiao. I'm here to personally apologize. This is a gift of apology. Please accept it. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. If you want to blame someone, then blame it on me." Lil Man smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. How can I blame you?" Lu Bulong stole a few glances at Xiao Yang from the corner of his eyes. Xiao Yang naturally knew what he meant and said, "I don't care about what happened today. If that's the case, then I'll thank you. Lu Bulong breathed a sigh of relief. His brows relaxed, and he ordered his subordinates to deliver the gifts. Then, he hurriedly left with his subordinates. Xiao Man looked at the gifts and frowned. She pouted. Xiaoyang said, since he's already like this, just accept it. The night was silent. Dawn. Xiaolian hurriedly came to Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, the imperial court has announced that the trial will begin in 2 days. Those who pass can be selected as the princess's son-in-law candidate. Xiaoyang raised his brows. He didn't expect Zhu Qingquan to be so anxious. He said calmly, this isn't a bad thing. Xiaolian said angrily, how can you sit still? The geniuses of the 3 dynasties are participating. Maybe the people of the Azure Dragon dynasty will come too. It's equivalent to all the powerhouses of the Azure Min territory coming. Can you do it alone? She still thought highly of Xiaoyang and Xiaoman. However, Xiaoyang was alone and his forces were weak. It was very dangerous. If he was eliminated in this trial, how could he be with Xiaoman? Wouldn't he make Xiaoman sad in the end? After all, the imperial court had already announced this. This was a serious matter and not a joke. They had to treat it seriously. Xiaoyang comforted Xiaolian. Xiaolian was still worried. She said, according to the news, Lu Qiaodong has already colluded with the people of the Black King Wu dynasty and the White Tiger dynasty. They want to eliminate you in the first trial. Let's see how you deal with it, then. Not bad. Xiaoyang was shocked. Lu Qiaodong was so good at jumping around. He had colluded with the people of the 2 dynasties so quickly. No one else had this ability. Xiaolian was speechless when she saw Xiaoyang's attitude. She could only briefly explain the content of this trial. The location of this trial was on a celestial mountain. It was an ancient ruin full of danger. Of course, there were also many fortunes. It depended on one's luck. The requirement was to be able to stay in the ancient ruin for a month and walk out alive. Xiaoyang was in disbelief after hearing this. He said, isn't this too sloppy? Isn't this too careless? Isn't the requirement too low? Then, as long as I find a place to hide in the ancient ruin, won't I be able to pass? Xiaolian frowned. You're thinking too much. It's not just the people of the blue underworld who go to the ancient ruin. Even the beings of the Yao realm will go there. The beings of the Yao realm have always been vicious. If they see humans, they'll probably start a bloody battle. Only by working together can we protect ourselves. This was the reason why she was worried about Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's performance was too outstanding, so he was isolated. Xiaoyang frowned and thought for a moment. He really didn't expect beings of the Yao realm to appear on the celestial mountain. Back then, he had saved a few beings of the Yao realm in the lower realm of the flowing cloud realm. He had also promised them that he would go to the Yao realm. However, more than 3 years had passed, and he still hadn't gone to find them. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Xiaoyang instantly became eager. It's a pretty good place to train. I've also encountered beings of the Yao realm before. It's a good opportunity to meet them. Xiaoyang spoke with a relaxed expression. Xiaolian's mouth gaped open in shock. Heavens! She had never seen beings of the Yao realm before. She didn't expect Xiaoyang to have interacted with beings of the Yao realm before. Thus, she was no longer worried. Instead, she was very curious about what beings of the Yao realm were like. She kept asking Xiaoyang about them. Xiaoyang could only give an honest explanation. They're half-human, half-demon creatures. For example, mermaids, monkeys, cats, foxes, and snakes. They have a human head and a demon body. Xiaolian felt this was very interesting, and her eyes glowed. If it weren't for the fact that she had to deal with a lot of government affairs, she would want to go with him and see these demons. After Xiaolian left, Xiaolinger appeared behind Xiaoyang and asked, "Are you taking us with you? We're just worried about you." Lin Shiyun also slowly appeared and calmly looked at Xiaoyang. Chapter 1221. Don't worry. There's almost no one in the entire Songming territory who can hurt me. Xiaoyang said confidently. His body was at the second level of King Wu. Even if he stood there and let others attack him, they might not be able to hurt him. Moreover, he had 3 powerful pet beasts. They weren't weak either. He didn't need to be afraid of anyone. Great-grandmother, you just have to protect Ling, or while I'm away. Ling, or can also cultivate here. Xiao Yang instructed. He wasn't worried about himself, but he was afraid that someone would come and find trouble with them after he left. With Lin Shiyun, a King Wu elite, around, he didn't have to worry. At this moment, a servant came to report, "Young master, a businessman called Qian Wujin is here to see you." Qian Wujin? Xiao Yang immediately reacted and said, "Let him in." As soon as the servant left, Xiao Yang hurriedly stopped him and said, "Forget it. I'll go and pick him up myself." After all, he had helped them a lot in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. He even saved them the trouble of getting an admission letter and arranged for them to enter a first-class private room. This was a great honor. Since he had expressed his goodwill, they couldn't reject him. They had to be grateful. Xiao Linger asked, "Is it Qian Wujin, the manager of the bank on Songming Planet? I'll go and pick him up too." After all, Qian Wujin had given them a good impression. He knew that they had enemies, but he still wanted to cover for them. Of course, they would remember this kindness. That was how they were. They would always remember the kindness that others showed them. If others didn't treat them well, they wouldn't care. Unless it was too much, they would immediately retaliate. Lin Shiyun said, "I won't join in the fun." Then she returned to the training room alone and continued to cultivate. Xiao Yang and Xiao Ling walked to the door and saw Qian Wujin, who was already waiting at the door. "Manager Qian, why are you here personally? If you need anything, just let me know." Xiao Yang greeted him. Lin Shiyun also smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Qian, long time no see. Please come in." Qian Wujin smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, "If that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll go in and disturb you guys." After arriving at the pavilion, the 3 of them sat down, and the servant very sensibly served them tea and fruits. Xiao Yang asked, "Shopkeeper Qian, there are no outsiders here. Just tell me what you need." They were all on the same side, so there was no need to beat around the bush. Qian Wujin said, "It's like this. I heard that you're going to the Immortal Mountain to participate in the training competition. I wonder if that's true?" Xiao Yang said, "This is true." "I wonder why Shopkeeper Qian would ask this." Qian Wujin said, "That's good. It's like this. There are demonic pearls at the Celestial Mountain. If possible, I hope you can help me collect them. Of course, we won't let you work for free. Our bank will give you unexpected benefits." So it was about this matter. Xiao Yang thought it was something big. He agreed and said, "That's not a problem. You guys only want the demonic pearls, right? Do you have any other requests?" From Xiao Yang's point of view, demonic pearls were not rare. There were many in the demon region. Moreover, demons would condense demonic pearls when they grew to a certain extent. This time, if he met any untactful demons at the Celestial Mountain, he would definitely take care of them. This way, there would be no shortage of demonic pearls. Moreover, the location of the Celestial Mountain was an ancient ruin. There was no lack of fortune and opportunities there. There might even be a large number of demonic pearls. Therefore, this request was really easy. Qian Wujin listened to Xiao Yang's words and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao Yang, don't underestimate demonic pearls. Only great demons at the level of Wu Zun and above will have demonic pearls. As for demonic pearls condensed from demonic qi, they can only be found in the demon region. There are not many demonic pearls at the Celestial Mountain." After drinking a mouthful of tea, he took out a jade slip from his storage ring and said to Xiao Yang, "Fellow Taoist Xiao Yang, since you have the confidence to collect other materials, this is the list of materials that the bank wants to collect. I'll give it to you." As he spoke, he handed the jade slip in his hand to Xiao Yang. Qian Wujin promised, "Collect as many materials as you can. When the time comes, you can ask for anything. Xiao Yang accepted the list and said, Manager Qian, don't worry. When I return, you can come and find me. After sitting for a while, Qian Wujin got up and bid farewell. Xiao Yang sent him off. After sending him off, Xiao Linger took the jade slip from Xiao Yang's hand and said, I want one too. Also, since Manager Qian has a request, I also want to go to the Celestial Mountain to see if there's any fortune for me. Xiao Yang was silent for a moment. Lin Shiyin walked out of the cultivation room. She naturally knew about their conversation. She said lightly, I think we should go to the Celestial Mountain together. This way, the three of us will be safe together and won't have to worry about each other. Also, if we encounter danger, we can provide some help to each other. Xiao Yang said, All right then, I have no objections. Although the Celestial Mountain was dangerous, it was also a place of ancient ruins. Perhaps they could find some opportunities there and help Qian Wujin collect some materials. One had to know that the bank's power was not to be underestimated. It was spread all over the 4 major planets. If they could gain their friendship, it would be great. Beautiful time passed in the blink of an eye. During this peaceful time, Xiao Yang lived very peacefully. No one came to disturb him. Only Xiao Meng and Xiao Lian occasionally came over to chat and play chess. Xiao Meng originally wanted to go to the Celestial Mountain to look, but as a princess, she couldn't get Zhu Qingquan's permission at all. Therefore, she was depressed for a long time. Xiao Yang comforted her and assured her that he would work hard to win. This made Xiao Meng feel a little better. She could tell that the reason why Xiao Yang participated in this training competition was to pass Zhu Qingquan's test. One had to know that if he passed this test, he would be a candidate for the emperor's son-in-law. At that time, Xiao Meng would have her own choice. Xiao Meng told Xiao Yang to be more careful and not to be stubborn. She also specially cooked some delicious food and soup for Xiao Yang to drink. The two of them were very affectionate, which made Xiao Linger very unhappy. As the saying went, out of sight, out of mind. She simply didn't stay in the spring courtyard and went out to wander around. It was fine to wander around, but he still didn't come back in the evening. This made Lin Shiyin worried. Even Xiao Meng couldn't help but ask, Young master, Ling, still hasn't come back so late. Is something wrong? Why don't we go out and look for her? Xiao Yang released his divine sense, which covered the entire city. Under the investigation of his divine sense, he could see the movements of anyone and even hear the discussion of each of them. In a short while, Xiao Yang locked onto Xiao Linger's position.